Good morning. We're back. I am absolutely exhausted. Logan was up at 3 o'clock this morning. The joys of kids. How's everybody else this morning? Josephine, I know you have to be tired. Susan Smith. Who knows who that is? That's who we're talking about today. Well, we're going to watch her parole hearing and then we'll probably get off. Juicer, you remember her? Good morning, Hindsight. And Josephine and Juicer. So y'all all know who she is, huh? 30 years ago. Isn't that crazy? Well, I wonder why they're letting her, why she has parole today. Dragging ass. Me too. I did not want to take my kid to school this morning. Don Michelle, good morning. But I had to. Thank God they get out on Friday for a whole 9 days. And Chloe goes to her dad's, and then the other 3 are going to their grandparents' house Friday until at least Tuesday, because I need a break. So hello, sleep, for the next few days when they get out of school. Dawn, you remember this one too? She drowned her babies. Isn't that awful? It's so sad. I'm just waiting on Court TV to come up. I'll just go ahead and share the screen so we could see it. Good morning, Michelle. How are you this morning? I'll make it bigger when they come on. But this way we can just kind of keep up with it. It's absolutely, I don't understand these women. Like, there's so many outlets to have help with your kids that there's zero excuse for any of it, if you ask me. That's just my opinion. To each their own, but that's my thoughts on that. Zero. I have zero tolerance for bullshit. That's and that's some bullshit. Logan's over here watching his tablet as usual, so if y'all can hear it, I think I have it turned down enough. But y'all just tell me. Postpartum depression. I've had postpartum depression, and I did not ever once think about hurting my kids. My sister had major postpartum depression and never thought about hurting her kids. But she got help. My sister, when she needed it. Listen, y'all are lucky you got me with my hairbrush this morning. I went to bed with it wet, which is why it looks like a used Q-tip. So don't mind me. I'm looking rough this morning. My coffee's already cold. I'm gonna need more coffee soon. Melly, good morning. Which case, Melly, did you say you were gonna talk about too? Because I was in and out. Oh yeah, it's because she wanted that relationship. Good morning, Ryan. With this out wasn't it with oh, it doesn't matter. She wanted the rich man. Yeah. Isn't that disgusting? Yeah, they were too old for her to deal with that. I don't know. She should stay in prison. They gave her life in prison for a reason. Why should she be able to get out now? 30 years isn't long enough. Oh, yeah, Melly, I was going to, or I plan on it, but today this came up, and so I wanted to go over it, and then, um, what's tomorrow? Something's tomorrow. Oh, Leilani's sentencing is tomorrow, so I want to cover it. So it won't be until Friday that I can actually cover it. Um, which is gonna put us behind, but we'll just watch like their reviews and then I don't know. I'll figure something out. But yes, I was planning on it. That case hits very close to home. I have a lot of friends who live or have gone to UGA in Athens. I have family that lives out that direction. So that one hit close to home for me. My brother-in-law actually used to work in Athens. Right, Ryan. They haven't even gotten to live as long. They didn't get to live even remotely close to how long she's been in there. So every year you take away from a baby, they should be in prison. And she took a whole lifetime away from them. They were tiny. Who said this? I didn't even see that. Good morning, Angel Loader. I remember this case the day it happened. I was 11 years old and cried when they pulled the car from the water. Keep her in prison. I agree. I don't know how I even missed you come in or your comment, but hello. Look at the puppy. That's cute. We're just waiting on Court TV at this point. Good morning, Jamie. Um, yeah, Dawn. That's what last night I was watching a recap of day 2. That's probably what we'll do just to try to catch up. Is catch the recaps and then go from there. I don't know. My dogs are acting a fool, so if y'all hear them, just tell them to shut up. Let me yell at them so they'll stop. Good morning, Penny Riddle. The Lake and Riley case is god awful, Dawn. I went brain dead. They seem to have collected and got him very fast, though, from what I understood. And then everything he was saying was absolutely insane. That, oh, that's just a scratch. Well, no shit, it's a scratch. Because that poor girl fought for her life and scratched you up. Excuse me. That's definitely one I want to watch. So I need to either just do the recaps or start from the very beginning, but we may just start from the very beginning because yeah, isn't that weird, Melly? I would want um I don't know. I would think I would want a jury trial to That's just weird, a bench trial. I've never seen them do a bench trial before. That's very strange to me. It's very, that was crazy. What do y'all think about that? Him getting a bench trial, if you've watched any of it, instead of a jury trial. Well, Court TV was supposed to start at 8 o'clock, which is why I was on here at 8 o'clock, and they have not. So I don't know what they're doing. They need to come on. Just to let everyone know, they found the two girls from the western part of North Carolina. They've been found safe yesterday. Oh, that's so good, Ryan. I think he chose a bench trial because they think he'll get a better option of a sentence than, oh, okay, with 12 members of a jury. Well, he better be glad he went to trial when he did, because Trump says he's not playing with that. So we'll see what happens. Well, I think it's a good and a bad thing. Good because it means they have enough on him to allow a judge to make that decision alone. But it's affected the community. I would have preferred a jury. Yeah, Melly, I agree with that. That's definitely affected the community for sure. Um, I don't know. I mean, you only get one shot of the judge making his opinion instead of chancing the jury talking about it. And I don't know, would you want a one shot or 12? That's kind of crazy. That didn't make any sense to me. Is it still a public trial? Do you know, Melly or Dawn or any of you? I think it's still a public trial. It should be. Everybody can go in there if they wanted, but. Good morning, Pintintin. How are you this morning? I think it would have been a lot more difficult because of the political pulse and controversy. Yeah, maybe. Athens is very, I don't know, Athens was very blue when my husband was out there. So I don't know that that would have made a difference. Maybe though. It didn't know. Anything political though is going to be controversial. Hey, Teresa. Lakin's trial is public as far as I know. I love to watch the updates on YouTube though. Yeah. Public just limited to the number of people. I got you. That's what I would assume. I almost wondered if Leilani says was that way because there was nobody there. It was videoed, but like nobody was in the courtroom, which was very odd. As many people that actually showed up to her house to protest, but nobody was in court. That was. I wondered about that. I don't guess they're ever gonna start. We're still waiting. Let me look and see. Chat has been disabled, so heck, you can't even talk in the chat. Also, I was looking to see if they had said something, maybe. What the heck? Yeah, Ryan, I have a lot of friends that went to UGA for nursing school. A lot of friends. Um, I'm sure, as usual. You would think by now they'd have their shit together, but I guess not. A friend of mine sent me, he's insane and goes in all these old buildings and stuff. I was waiting for something to jump out at me. I was scared watching it. Old haunted buildings and stuff. I don't do that crap. And I was waiting on something just to jump out at me. That's what I was asking him. What in the hell is that? Is everyone ready and excited for Thanksgiving? I am. My uncle is coming from Florida this year to be with us for Thanksgiving, and my aunt and her husband, well, my uncle and his entire family are coming. Um, and then my aunt and her husband are coming from Texas to have Thanksgiving with us, and I've not seen her since I was probably Addison's age or Chloe's age. It's been I've not seen her in a really long time, so I'm excited for Thanksgiving this year. It sucks that Chloe won't be with us. She'll be with her dad, but that's the joys of co-parenting. Yes, abandoned buildings, Penny Riddle, and it was an old school, is what he said. But I was terrified something was going to jump out at me. Like, do y'all know? Oh, Nelly, you got to get in the spirit. Is Betty's trial? What trial of Betty's was pushed back till January? Was it today's or is it a different one? I couldn't. I didn't understand. I saw on Queen Bee's where they said that one of her trials was moved till January. But I don't know if it's today's trial or the one with the Queen. Good morning, Granny Bassmaster. How are you this morning? Are you as sick of the rain as I am? Good morning, Lanessa Boo. Oh my gosh. Oh, it was today's? Dang it! I was hoping she had court and would go to jail. It rained and it rained and it rained yesterday. Oh my god. I was so over it. Staying home this year. We normally go to Columbus. Oh. Ryan, by the way, how was your trip to Columbus? I don't know that I've been able to ask you when you went this last time. Core TV needs to come on. Get it together. Hey, all things serious. The rain is killing me. That's what I was telling Emery yesterday when I was talking to her. I said, I swear I think I have arthritis because I woke up yesterday to the rain and it hurt to get out of the bed. My back hurt so bad. And again today because of the rain yesterday. My dogs were muddy. I had Blue. Y'all know how big he is if you've ever seen him. He jumped up and he's as tall as me or taller when he stands up. And so he puts his feet right here. It just leaves big old muddy footprints on my shirt. So I had to change clothes yesterday. I was like, golly, dog. Y'all had fun. That's good, Ryan. I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. Oh no, Granny. It's this rain is. I know we needed it, but why couldn't it rain this summer when it's warm instead of raining when it's freezing cold outside? It needs to rain in the summer and that's it. I'd be done with it. I wonder who else is showing the Susan Smith stuff that's not going to strike my channel. Because I don't know what Court TV is doing, but they were supposed to start at 8 o'clock. And it is 8:20. Let's see if I can find something. Still says upcoming. 8 a.m. It's got people waiting. The chat is still disabled, which is annoying. I was hoping they would post something. Um, I don't know. JLR has it on. I wonder who he's watching. Oh, Jamie, I wish it poured all day yesterday here. All day. Let's see who JLR's watching. If I can find JLR. Oh, he's got it so close I can't see who's watching. Dang it, JLR. He's holding the thing so close you can't tell who he's watching it through. I think Grizzly would strike us. Let me just see who else has it on here. Who is Grizzly watching? It doesn't say. What the heck is with these people not showing who's... She's not got it on either. Hmm. Oh gosh, I'll find it. Hang on a second. Here's a news station. Let's see if they're playing it. There we go.
I trust that the parole board understands and agrees with my position and will
They're
deny
playing
Showers parole
the news.
so that justice will
Y'all
be
seen
served.
this?
Now, to get to an additional
The
issue that I believe is important
Nicole.
related to the case. I will begin this by saying that I fully understand that parole decisions
I'll just watch for Court TV to come on and we'll switch over. Law and Crime doesn't, Melly? Are they showing it?
Processes, as they should be.
Because theirs sounds a lot better than this.
Closely related. I believe that a custody classification could conceivably be a factor in parole decisions.
Oh, they are. Let's go over there instead.
Classification is changed.
Thank you, Melly.
It has been previously.
Because their sound sucks right here. Law and Crime Network. Does their YouTube look weird to anybody else, or is it just me? It always looks very, I don't know, the way it's set up looks weird all the time.
Jobs, education achievements, certificates earned,
and
the level of support or opposition for their parole request or anything else you can name are the same, with one inmate being classified medium and the other inmate classified close.
Thank you, Melly.
Logical, and I believe and hope there will be reality that the medium custody inmate would have the better chance of being paroled. Now, let me take this from theoretical to the real world, and you will see the point that I'm getting at.
Oh, Angel, that makes sense. That makes sense.
That he is a different person today than he was in 1984.
We'll switch over to Court TV when they come on. But we'll watch this until then. Just because I prefer Court TV over any of the other ones.
Come here, man.
Hi, buddy.
I will say things that I know are true and other things that I strongly believe are true. I will try to clarify clearly.
Yeah, their sounds a lot better.
Facts and beliefs.
Good morning, Kathy.
I've learned a lot this year about the SCDC inmate custody classification process. I obviously am not the ultimate expert on the subject, nor on the parole process. I might say something, whether it be significant or insignificant, that you know is not correct. If so, please let me know, and I will accept and respect your input. My understanding is that the parole board is provided information, probably including the inmate's custody classification, from records maintained by SCDC Classification and Inmate Records Division. Board members and anybody else could access the information online if it is not otherwise provided.
I need more coffee, Jamie.
My concern is caused by the confirmed fact that the information can be inaccurate. And my belief is that inaccurate information could conceivably influence a parole decision. To explain further, it is documented that Shower is now
I gotta get me a coffee pot down here
as close custody inmate, whereas he was incorrectly classified as medium custody at the time of last year's parole hearing. In fact, he was incorrectly classified as medium from August 2022 until February 2024, for a year and a half, when the SCDC Deputy Director of Operations, Mr. Anderson, got involved, confirmed that Shower's medium classification was wrong because the relatively new inmate classification process or procedures had not been correctly applied. And had his classification corrected back to close, as it had been for the past 37, 38 years before the misclassification. So it was classified medium and had to be changed to close. I believe there could be similar classification inaccuracies existing now, and there could be others in the future. Unfortunately, the general public, including victims like myself, probably do not know an inmate's classification, much less what it should be. They do not understand how the classification process is supposed to work. They assume, as they should be able to, that the custody and inmate record staff do their jobs correctly, and therefore they do not personally need to keep up with classifications. While Shira was misclassified, he was held in medium custody institutions which are have less supervision and less security.
He was capital, Granny. That's not
and he
cool.
was given more privileges like visits, more phone call time, increased canteen spending, different work assignment possibilities, and maybe others that he should have had. He should have had those extra opportunities. It bothers me a great deal that Shira was misclassified
Kathy, they're doing good.
and received
They are
additional
good.
unwarranted privileges. However,
Two of them still
I
have
take
a
comfort
nasty
in knowing
cough,
that those
Brooklyn
things
and
are
Logan,
all
but
over and
they're
done with,
so
at
much better.
least- At least for Shira. The way I look at it is his receiving the low level security and the additional privilege is the bad news.
Who is this
The
guy?
good news is that this parole board performed their job, your job.
Oh, Juicer,
effectively,
I've never
not
watched them.
allowing
I see them in chats all the
misclassification
time,
to
but
affect
I didn't know
the
they had a
parole
channel.
decisions.
That's not cool.
I thank you for that, and it is one of the reasons I am here today. I could have
Reggie,
delivered
she's
my
the one that
comments
drowned her
today
two
by
babies,
several other means,
her
but I
sons,
elected to travel from out
and
of state
said
to be
that
here
a
to
black
thank you
man hijacked
for
her
your prior
car or
decisions
some crap.
and to express my opposition to Shira's current request.
Oh, look, it's a
While
A
I am
tapestry
appreciative that Shira's prior
back
parole
there.
requests were denied, it concerns me that when
Somebody
a
sent it to me for my birthday last
misclassification
year.
occurs, as it did in Shira's case, I believe that under certain circumstances,
Brian, I hope they
the
do.
parole decision could conceivably be impacted.
I don't know who
I
this
feel
guy
that Shira's
is.
crime is so heinous or gruesome, coupled with his really bad behavior while incarcerated, that he should never be paroled. Although this parole board has always made the correct decisions regarding Shira, even when the classification exists,
Let's make it bigger.
misclassification exists,
See, I don't have to
I
move
feel
it.
that SCDC classifications and inmate record division, by not performing their job correctly,
Jamie, yeah, that's part
by
of our
not performing
problem.
their job correctly,
And then kids get
partially,
sent to school
quote,
sick, and my
paroled
kids bring all the
Shira
germs
from
home. You
close
know how it
custody
works.
for a year and a half.
Thank you, Miss
Obviously, I
Kathy.
hope that SCDC will not allow such problems to occur, but there are reasons to believe that other inmates could currently be misclassified because of inaccuracies in the past, and that similar problems could occur in the future, unless and until it is verified
This
and
dog, I
confirmed
swear
that
she's
the real
gonna
root
be the death
causes
of me.
or systemic issues that have been
I'm
properly
gonna have to get her a
identified
bark
and
collar.
addressed.
Pat
In
Gaines, how are
February
you?
2024, an assistant deputy director of operations agreed that SCDC would perform a review of the application of the classification
And the pollen has been
procedures
so
to make
bad
sure
here.
that
Still,
root causes and systemic issues were identified and addressed. However, weeks
No,
and
Reggie,
months
me either.
passed with apparently little, if anything, being done, with a request for status updates being ignored.
I
Not even
was
acknowledged.
30 years ago. I was 5.
Finally, after the status request was intensified, replied in late April saying that things like that looked to me like they were talking around the issues but not really
Oh my gosh,
addressing them.
Kathy.
For example,
Mr. Boyer, I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir, but We have no control over the classification system at the Department of Corrections.
I understand that.
And I appreciate what you're saying, and I appreciate you sharing all of your comments. But the parole board has no authority to comment or anything regarding the procedures and policies that occur at the Department of Corrections.
And I appreciate it, and I
So in other
recognize
words,
that, and I know that,
shut
and I
up,
stated
please.
that up front. But I feel like a few minutes ought to be allowed
And
to.
I'm allowing you a few minutes. But
Oh,
if you could
Jamie, that's
please wrap
awful.
up your comments, we would greatly appreciate it, sir.
Well, I'm talking about comments about a subject that let somebody be misclassified for a year and a half.
Again,
So I
sir,
think
we
that's
have
worthy
no
of a few
authority
comments.
over that. We are here simply to determine if Mr. Shower is a good candidate for parole, and if so, what his guidelines would be. We do have criteria that we
Okay,
look
buddy?
at, and that is published, public information. It's on the website. I'm very sorry, but we just have no authority over classification or changing that process.
But I'm getting to things that you do have authority on.
Okay, in the interest of
Yo,
time,
Jamie,
I
I have 3 in
respectfully
public
ask you to
school.
just speak to your comments about being opposed to parole and anything in regard to that.
Yes, Pat Gaines, this is a parole hearing. She got life in prison. I don't believe she got the death
If
penalty.
you could just
though.
please summarize the rest of your report, we would greatly appreciate it, sir.
If I can
Thank
do
you.
what?
If you could please
I'm
just...
sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. If you could please if you could summarize the rest of what you have to say, we would greatly appreciate
Okay,
it.
so, okay, I'll do that. I'll just go to the final point.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Jamie, you're better than me, cause girl, I'm not built for that. Mm-mm. Not at all. Nope. I look forward to the day Logan goes to school and they're all in school.
Can I start where I summarize and read the final paragraphs?
Yes, sir, sir.
I'm gonna go run and make more coffee
To
while
summarize, thankfully, the parole decisions for Shower
we're listening
in
to this old man
2022 and 2023
blab, and I'll
were not
be right back.
affected.
Cause this cold
His
last sip of coffee
misclassifications
ain't
have been
cutting it
corrected,
this
and I
morning.
believe that he will always be correctly classified in the future. But Shower is just one inmate in the population of thousands. Just correcting Shower's classifications did nothing to fix the root causes and issues, although SCDC and State Inspector General act like it did. There is no confirmation that the root causes issues have or will be properly addressed. Therefore, it concerns me that some other inmates might be classified wrong, either now or in the future, and in my view, in some circumstances, an incorrect classification could conceivably influence a parole decision. I'm talking in generality now, not... I believe a diligent review such as are requested by the State Inspector General should provide needed answers. I believe that a thorough review might identify several problems that could be viewed as root causes. For example, inadequate training on the recently revised process and procedures, reluctance to use the override feature, because when it is used, the person doing review is required to perform additional documentation work for review and approval, tendency by the CNIR classification and inmate records management to minimalize the importance of accurate classifications, overzealous determination to show that the relatively new classification process will meet the stated goal of significantly reducing the number of close inmates, ill-stated, and ineffective management review and control procedures. Based on my experience in trying to understand the how and why of Shower's misclassification, all listed above items seem to be real. But this is the key. But I believe that the deepest rooted cause is the cavalier attitude that seems to be present in the SCDC. Not all, of course, but too many staff seem to have the attitude that they can ignore or violate procedures without facing any consequences. and too many illustrate that they are more focused on denying or justifying problems than they are on owning and fixing them. Even resorting to misleading half-truths and or untruths to do so. And it appears that State Inspector General, for some reason, is reluctant to challenge or confront SCDC. I have tried and am continuing the effort to learn what is really being done to identify the root causes so that misclassifications will not occur in the future, and identify and address any existing misclassifications. So far, these efforts have been unsuccessful because of SCDC's misleading and non-committal feedback and the Inspector General's denial of a request to perform a review, which I believe is authorized and responsible.
Pat Gaines, no, not yet. That's what we're waiting on.
But I believe they are realistic until and
It
unless
was
we know that the
cold
problem
in
has
my
been solved.
house this morning too, y'all.
Because of what I think are good reasons to be skeptical,
Reggie,
because issues have been
whoever he's
appropriately
there
identified
for,
and
they better be
addressed,
glad he
especially of the
he's there, because he has a lot to say. Him and his book.
General are taking, and my belief that parole decisions could
Hey,
conceivably
don't get in sissy stuff.
be affected. I feel justified, and this is what you asked me to get to, and it took me a while. I feel justified in asking this board to please be aware
Keep it so cold in my
of
house
the
at night
confirmed problem
because the babies sleep better when it's cold, but oh my god, you don't want to
And
get out
if
of bed in the
something does not
morning because it's so
look
cold.
or sound right, please ask
Juicer,
a legitimate
he's
question
just reading his
for
book.
clarification.
My youngest son is the oldest
Obviously,
big
you
boys have
should be
nothing
able
on
to
him.
use the information
My
that
daughter
is
is
maintained
for
by
sure.
the
Oh
Classification
god.
and Inmate Records Division,
Oh, he
knowing
was
that
bad.
it is
Who said their son was bad?
we need to get to that point, but unfortunately, the facts it's described above
My kids do better
tell us that
than
we are
they
not there yet.
at school than they would.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Granny, yours was bad. Why do I
Appreciate all
not
of your
doubt that?
comments, and again, we are very,
As
very
wild as
sorry
you,
for
probably.
the loss of your brother. Thank you both for traveling here with us today.
Oh, thank you, Pat
If you all will
Gaines.
exit with these ladies, we'll have an answer for you in just a few moments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You know what, Reggie? I can say, which of course Logan's a lot younger than my girls. Today he has been easier than they were at his age. The girls. I can compare him to their age, and he's been easier.
Good morning. This is Yolanda
He-
Hemingway with
There's
the
a lot of
Office of
things he
Victim
does different though
Services.
than
The
the
statement
girls
will
did.
be read from Carolyn Bolware Sanders, a family member of the victim. I am the 84-year-old sister of the victim, Charles Thomas Bolware, who this
Come here,
piece
bud.
of humanity
here.
murdered in
Come
1984.
here, let me help you.
I cannot attend the parole hearing in person, but I want you to know how important this is to my family and me. This was a heinous crime in that my brother was beaten to death with a baseball bat, his body decapitated and mutilated, and his
Maybe it's
personal
just because
belongings
he's
and
the boy,
vehicle burned.
Reggie,
I
but
would never in
or
any
he's the
shape or
baby, so he
form
gets away
agree
with
with the
more. But I
notion that
swear
this
he's been easy.
murderer is paroled or released into
My
any
girls right
community
now. Oh
ever.
God,
He would be a dangerous threat to society and a menace and nightmare for
15,
law
Ryan.
enforcement.
I was
I
5.
request this letter be read before the full parole board, and I plead to the board not to release this murderer.
Shanny B,
He
good
was sentenced to
morning.
life imprisonment. Let
I
there
didn't
be
even see you
truth in the
sneak in.
sentencing. Let him continue to serve his life sentence. Thank you for hearing my voice and considering my wishes highly. Respectfully, Carolyn B. Sanders. End of statement.
Okay, buddy, quit playing
And the
with
room
that.
is clear.
Come here.
Mr. Charles Shara is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. Thank you.
Dang, deny.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 28. Case number 28, James Robinson. One moment as Lee connects.
I guess we're watching all of them this morning. Oh yeah,
Hello
Reggie.
there, Lee. Confirm you are Mr.
3
James
girls and then
Fitzgerald
Logan.
Robinson.
Maybe that's why.
Thank you for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Robinson. We hope you were doing well this morning. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole, sir.
Oh man, Granny, that's crazy.
Well, good morning to you all, and thank you very much for having me. Well, actually, what I've done is I've maintained courses, classes that Department has offered. In addition to that, I've been into a mentoring program.
Y'all have to
CBU,
realize
where,
my
currently
oldest
living.
is 10 years
And
older than my
continuing to
youngest.
work, was doing
So there's a big
vocational
age gap
classes,
between them.
doing it while the gentleman, before the gentleman.
So I don't know, maybe just
had
because he's the
took
boy
sick
and I
the
just don't care as
program
much
is,
as I did
no
when my.
longer,
I'm just kidding.
up and running at this
You get
particular
tired.
time. And as well, just continuing to stay positive and
What, buddy?
do positive things, working every day down at the prison industry.
Don't play with that, son. Come on.
With this, working with this job with a frontier service incorporated.
Oh no, Reggie, I have
that
4
they have
kids,
coming in.
3 girls and a boy.
And just continue to stay positive and continue to excel and do well and prepare myself for this parole.
Thank you, sir. What are your plans if you are paroled?
My plans is to continue to.
Oh, Granny, I am a firm
and
believer.
never
Don't you worry.
return to those particular things and things that caused me here. My plans is to work continuously.
You're about to get in
work
trouble.
with this job in the prison industry
Let me get this kid.
that I'm working on now. If I'm paroled, they are willing to employ me there, as well as just like I say, staying positive and doing well in society.
All right, Mr. Robinson, if you had the opportunity to speak to any of your victims, what, if anything, would you say to them at this point in your life?
I would tell them, I would say to them how sorry I am and for causing them any pain and suffering. I would also let them know that they did nothing. They did absolutely nothing to have me to violate them in any way. And I would pray every day that they had not allowed my behavior to hinder them in their daily life. I just want you all to know that I am so sorry for causing any pain or harm to anyone. And that wasn't who I am, and that's not who I am to this day. Although I've committed crimes, although I've done wrong, but I guarantee each and every one of you that's there today that this is nothing that I would have in my life again. I would not.
Shanny B, I don't think they normally are. I think it's just because of Susan
Repeat to
Smith
you all
being
that
there.
Give me this chance and have each one of you to regret granting me parole this day. I promise each one of you.
You never went anywhere without your
It's just-
flashlight.
Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed your crimes?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
And are you clean and
And
sober today?
I got whooped with whatever my mama could
Yes,
get a
ma'am,
hold
I
of
am.
first.
Have you
And I
taken?
have no intention, ma'am,
You go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I have no intentions in returning to any of those, that lifestyle again. During my incarceration time, just recently, I've been under the throat cancer. I had throat cancer, and by the grace of God, it's been now in remission for about 11 years, 12 years now. And those things, the smoking and all of this stuff, right, that caused me problems, that caused me harming other folk, I would not turn back to doing those things to influence me in another way and cause other people pain and suffering. I'm just, again, my heart is so full of remorse for causing folk harm. You know, I had a family and got a family that loved me, loved
Yep.
folk, and have never, you know,
I
done
called it
these
getting beat.
things.
My mama beat me.
And they support me. Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you are paroled, that you will need to register as a sex offender?
Yes, ma'am.
Will that be an
And
issue?
I am, ma'am.
You were willing and able to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else?
And any,
Thank you. Is there anything
bro.
else that you
Leave
want to
his
make sure
ass
that
in
we
there.
know today?
I want you all to know that under any stipulations among making parole or getting granted parole, under any stipulations that you all will have
Roger.
me to have to go through or
Say-
whatever,
They need to be
I
registered
can
sex
do it,
offenders.
do
They
it.
just need to sit their ass in prison.
Like, no other. I just
Don't
want
need
this
to let them
chance.
out.
I need this chance.
Thank you, sir.
I plead to each and one of you.
Are there any
you,
additional
ma'am.
questions from the board?
I have one.
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Miro.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
You committed a crime twice at the same residence. Can you tell me why?
Your poor mom had 7 kids, 4 girls, 3 boys. She broke her finger once, spanked my brother. Oh, no!
Is just, I really
My mama
don't-
had
I
4.
can't-
I'm the oldest of
that's a
4
question that
girls.
I can't answer. But just trying to make money, get money to support those habits that I was in at that particular time.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. We certainly appreciate your time this morning. If you'll exit the room, sir, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
One moment as the room clears. And the
That's
room
so
is
crazy.
clear.
I've never seen a parole hearing. This is interesting how this works.
Mr. James
Oh, they denied him.
Fitzgerald Robinson is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 2,
Dang.
3, and 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next
Jamie, yeah,
case
my mom
will
had
be
4
case
girls.
number 6. Case number 6, Henry Bluer, and who will be represented by attorney Michael Stover, who is present with him at the institution. One moment as they connect.
I thought I was gonna have 4 girls. I didn't believe Logan.
Hello
After
there,
having
Alan.
3
I'll
girls,
confirm you are
I did not
Mr.
believe Logan
Henry
was a boy
Bluer.
until I had him and
Yes, ma'am.
knew he was a
There with
boy.
you, we have attorney Michael Stover, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I was
Thank you both
convinced
for
it was
joining.
some
You're before
sick
the board.
joke
Please wait for
that
the
they were
chairman to
playing on
address
me or
you.
something.
Good morning, gentlemen. We hope you both are doing well this morning. Mr. Bluer, I want to let you know that we did receive the packet of information that was submitted to us, and we have
She had to
reviewed
be.
it, so thank you very much for that. Mr. Stover, are you going to begin, or is your client going to begin?
I'd like to begin, and I will try to be as brief as possible to reserve time for you guys to speak with Mr. Bluer this morning. Ready to begin if the board's ready to hear
Logan.
from me.
Yes, sir, certainly.
Okay. Thank you all again for your time. As mentioned, I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. As the board is aware, this is Henry's 9th hearing before the board. He is currently served 35 years of continuous incarceration. Henry has been incarcerated since he was 22 years old. And I'd like the board, if you could, to think back to when you were 22 and what kind of person you were, the things that you did, the things you enjoyed at 22, and compare that to the person you are, the things you do today, the things you enjoy doing today, and just understand that we all change over our lifetime, and Henry's no different. And the change that's occurred with him from 22 years ago to today has been rather immense. I know you've all reviewed his parole file. You've read the things that we submitted on his behalf to you.
Reggie?
You understand that he did plead guilty to the crimes he's convicted of.
Juicer,
He's
you haven't?
taken ownership of the things that he did.
I don't know that I've ever paid
He's
attention
consistently
to
expressed
whether they
remorse for the
grant
crimes
parole
that
to
he
anybody or not.
committed. One thing that I would note that is absent from the parole package that we did have an opportunity to review today is that after he completed his GED,
Oh wow,
he went
Jamie,
on to earn his high school
that's cool.
diploma through a cooperative program that the Department of Corrections had with Somerville High School. And
The old
I
guy.
do believe that the documents that show that is in the information packet that I submitted to you a few weeks back. He's been and participate in many programs, Operation Behind Bars.
Where TV still hasn't gone live. They must be waiting just until Susan's
not
comes
only
up.
is he grown and become a different person, but he's now somebody that wants to give back to his fellow inmates. He wants to give back to the community at large.
No.
Notably, he's had no disciplinary infractions since 1995.
Yes, you don't be
So for the past almost 30 years, he's been able to avoid having any kind of write-ups. That's kind of the functional equivalent of going 30 years without.
You watch a lot of
speeding
jail shows,
tickets. So obviously the factors that you guys consider, the respect for authority, the ability to keep himself out of trouble, he's shown that over the past 30 years during incarceration.
Get your blanket,
No
you come
drug
sit
or
with me.
alcohol incidents since then either, and one of the things to keep in mind is because of his participation in Operation Behind Bars and the other things that he's done, he has been consistently and regularly screened with urinalysis and things. So, there's ample evidence that he has not had issues with alcohol or drugs during his incarceration for the past 30 years.
Oh my gosh.
I think if you review the Compass report,
I had 6 brothers growing up,
you understand
and 3 sisters, plus 2 cousins my parents raised. Oh wow, Reggie. That's a lot.
No risk of violent recidivism. And I think it's time for the board to let Henry,
Yeah, we do, Juicer. I think we should be able to watch all this stuff because we paid for it all.
Any questions for me from the board? That's all I have for you this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Fairburn, and thank you for all the
Right, Jamie.
information. And
Oh,
again,
they
I
found
think you
religion,
answered
so
a
they're a
number
better
of questions
person now.
within the
Well, you have
packet, so
nothing
thank
better
you
to
for
do
that.
sitting in there
Mr.
than to find
Bluer,
religion. That doesn't mean
Tell
you're a
us
better
how
person.
you feel about the crimes that you're convicted of.
I feel terrible it happened. I wish I could go back.
I wish we
I
knew
wish
their
that I could
charges.
change things, but I can't. So I
Look, and they
grow
said,
from
hey,
it,
look.
and I've learned from it, and I've learned
You
the
want-
value of life since I've been in prison. And I told my lawyer earlier, I said, prison did me really good. I'm glad I come to prison, but I hate that I came to prison for what I came to prison for, because I can
Well,
never
just leave it be.
give them their life back, but I can live my life for them by helping others and
Sure,
stuff like
buddy.
that, dedicating my life to trying to change other people's lives.
Right,
I
Pat
tell
Gaines, that's a
Operation
whole
Behind
baseball
Bars, I
team.
talk to troubled kids and stuff that come in. I was a troubled kid my whole life growing up, and I try to talk to them and tell them ways to stay out of prison instead of trying to come to prison. Drugs and alcohol is the main factor of people coming to prison, and that's what I preach against.
So how can you assure us that if we grant you parole, that something like this would never happen again?
That lady looks so familiar. I don't know why.
Because I'm not the same person that I was when I committed my crime. I'm not in the same mindset. I don't even have the same values that I had back then, the same perspectives. Everything.
Well, yeah,
in me
'cause you
has
have prison
changed.
values.
I'm
Now
a
you
totally
shit.
different person than when I was on the street.
Bubba, they
Is your
said good
plan still to go
morning.
to Jumpstart?
You want to come say good morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And beyond Jumpstart, what are your plans?
No, don't play with that. Oh, Lord. Hang on.
To drive trucks and operate heavy equipment. I plan to buy me a little trailer and maybe a half-acre of land and join the church and try to give back to the community. I still want to work with prosecutors and stuff through Operation Behind Bars to tell my story, not just to troubled kids, but to adults and anybody that'll listen.
All right, I want to let you know that we did also receive a letter separate from your packet from Miss Gilstra, a community organizer, and that has been placed in your parole file. Is there anything else that you want to make sure to tell us today, sir?
That I'm not the same person I was when I committed my crime, and I'm sorry. I'm really sorry from the bottom of my heart. Not just to the state of South Carolina, but to my victim's family also.
All right, thank you, sir. Are there any additional questions from the board? Mr. Staver, anything in closing, sir?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate both of you being here today and for all of the information. If you all will please exit the room, we'll have an answer for you later today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is, and we have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Yes, please wait as the victim joins by telephone. Yes, can I speak with, is this Mr. Schaefer?
Yes, ma'am, this is him.
Yes, if you would, please state your name and your relationship to the case of Henry Bluer.
My name is Jeremy Wainwright Schaefer. I'm the son of Lucian Wainwright Schaefer, the deceased.
Jamie, who is R8?
Thank you, sir. Please wait for the board to address you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Schaefer. We are very sorry for the circumstances that brought you to be a part of this hearing today, but thank you so much for joining us. At this time, we would like to know from you whether you are for or against parole, and if you would like to make a statement, you are welcome to do so, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I'm for parole at this time, and I'd like to make a little quick statement. I know y'all don't have all day.
Go
Shoot.
right ahead.
That's crazy.
Mr. Henry, I know he was incarcerated for 36 years almost. We keep in touch on the phone. We wrote. We remorsed together. He has achieved so many programs in the system helping other inmates to get out and be a positive life. I know Henry, he's very remorseful for what's taken place back in '89, all due to drugs, believe it or not. And I believe he's very forgiving and we were raised to forgive. And I know my dad would want to give him a second chance also, you know, to better his life and get out. And I promised him that I would help him in any way I could if he was paroled. And my understanding is if he is released, he will be going to a Jump Start. So I checked in all that, and that's a wonderful program also. But I just please consider my uncle on parole at this time, and thank y'all for y'all's time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. We really do appreciate you calling in to speak with us. Someone from Victim Services will be back in touch with you to let you know the outcome of the hearing. Thank you, sir. We wish you well.
Okay, thank y'all so much.
Please
Bye-bye.
wait as the room clears. The room is clear.
Hossein! Good morning.
Is there any discussion? Voice votes, please. Mr. Boyd,
Deny.
Mr. Eldridge,
Deny.
Mrs. Murray,
Approve.
Mrs. Taylor,
Deny.
Mr. Weidman,
Deny.
and I have denied. Mr. Henry Frampton Bluer is denied parole. The vote is 5-1. Numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you.
I wonder what makes them decide so quickly if they're going
Thank
to
you.
approve it or deny it. Do
Our
they
next
have like
case will be
their whole-
case number 35. Next
whole
case
file?
is case number 35. Craig Anthony
Where they can see how
Stubbs.
they've
One moment
behaved and
as
stuff
Evans
right there?
connects. Hello there, Evans. Confirming you are Mr. Craig Anthony Stubbs.
Yes.
Thank you for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Stubbs. We hope you were doing well this morning. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
I prepare myself by attending all the classes that was required, and attending any other class that I can. Made provisions to,
They just always deny
education,
for no reason or what?
the
There's got to
jobs
be a
that I
reason
was
to
doing.
deny.
And I know. I guess that's about all I done.
All right. What is your plan?
I guess
if you
he says.
are
I guess
paroled?
he's denied. That's it.
My plan is to work and to
Brandy, that would make
maybe
sense.
get into a drug
That
treatment
makes a lot of
program and to be a positive community.
Yeah, that too, Pat Gaines.
person.
We are looking at your institutional record, and you have some infractions from this year. In February, you
This
were
lady
using
wrapped
some
up in a
type of
blanket.
narcotic. What was that?
But it was described as marijuana, but the officer said that by her experience, I was under the influence. She never made no confirmation on that matter.
Have you used anything since then?
No, ma'am.
And you mentioned that you might want to participate in a drug treatment program. Is that something that you've done in the past?
Yes, ma'am. I've completed a
He's
couple
denied,
classes
that's
of
it.
drug treatment.
He said, I guess.
If you
Whatever.
could speak to your victims
Denied
or
for
their
real.
family, what, if anything, would you say to them at this point in your life?
Hey, Jody
That
Ann.
I was young and
How are
foolish
you
at the
this
time
morning?
that this crime was committed, and that my actions are no longer looked at, and I'm very truly sorry for the loss of the family.
Y'all, Logan
If I
wanted
could
to
change
go
anything,
just
I
crawl back
would.
in the bed this morning when we got home.
I've since learned to be
I was so
a
tempted.
man and not a young boy that was doing good things. I now value life and accept my responsibility for the things that I've done.
Doesn't he,
And I
Jamie?
hope for forgiveness and hope that the family
Not a
can forgive
haircut.
me as I pray to Lord Jesus Christ to forgive
I mean,
me
with
for
your
my
shiny
crimes.
head bald on the top, just get
Were
rid
you
of the
under
rest
the
of it.
influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, he's
Is there
denied for
anything
real
else that you
murder.
want to tell us today,
Wicked
sir?
West, good morning.
That I'm truly sorry for my past actions, and that I've learned that now to have to
I gotta
live,
mute.
be a
The darn
man,
train's
to
coming.
survive and try, maybe pray that this committee would give me a second chance, as you provided for my co-defendant, to reform myself and to show you that I can be productive in society and do the right thing. I can make you proud by giving me a chance to show you that I would never commit any more crimes against any state or anywhere. And I wondered if this board realized that I've been asking for out-of-state parole, that I'm trying to get to a state that have more opportunities for people who've been convicted of crimes and crimes such as I have. They have programs down there that would help me to rehabilitate and to stay positive and to be accepted into society again and to dwell in a better environment and help me get better jobs and all. This program called Savannah Impact Program, I've been communicating with them, asking them for acceptance to their program, and they have a very high rate of recidivism for inmates not to come back, or you know what I'm saying, reoffend. And I'd like to be a part of that program.
Who, Jamie?
All right. Thank you, sir. Are there any additional questions from the board? All right, Mr. Stubbs, thank you for coming in today, sir. We appreciate your time. If you will please exit the room, we'll have an answer for you later today.
All right, thank you.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as the victims join from
Or
central
3.
office.
Is it 2 or 3? I'm trying to think now how I would say it. You got me, Jamie. Denied. As soon as he said, I guess, I would have been done. Like, okay, you're denied. Go on. Next.
You all have a seat and be comfortable.
Thank you.
You are here for the parole consideration case of Craig Stubbs. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We are very sorry for the circumstances that brought you all to be a part of this hearing, but thank you so much for joining us today. Before we begin, I do need each of you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this case. Ma'am, can we begin with you, please?
I'm Nancy Lee, the mother of the victim.
Thank you.
Patrick Lee, brother of the victim.
Thank you.
Bonnie Lee Claiborne, cousin of the victim.
Dale Lee, cousin of the victim.
Thank you. And again, we appreciate you all being here, and we're very sorry for the circumstances. At this time, we would like to know from you all whether you were for or against parole, and if anyone would like to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so.
I'll attempt to be brief and save you all time for the much long day you probably have of doing more of these. We oppose and strongly make an appeal to you all to oppose Craig Stubbs being released.
Let me tell you, all it would
y'all
take for me was the family to show
sit and
up
look
and
at a
say
piece of
something, and I'd
paper
ball and like, okay, you're
to review
denied.
cases and incidents that have happened in the past, and you have to make a decision. It's not always easy with a piece of paper because ink fades, memories fade, and circumstances don't always stay fresh.
If the family said no, I'm like, okay,
Minds of
next.
people that are not always close to victims, you have a tremendous responsibility
Depends on who you're talking
and
to
a
about it,
burden
Jerry.
upon you. And I'm sure y'all take that extremely serious.
Yo, I thought this was gonna be quick. I didn't know it was gonna be an all day
But I would
thing.
also ask you to please maintain the fire that is within you all
Stop, son.
to continue to do the justice to
I'll
the
say I
cases
would if
that
their
need to
family
be
showed up
overseen
at the
and
victim's
right
family
decisions
and
made.
said one word, that'd be it for me.
The paper fades, but the value of the life
Logan.
we should all hold extremely delicate. The measure of a life itself is why justice was actually constructed, and that we must value.
Yeah, Pat Gaines, they seem more
It's
important
not
than
an
the
easy
jury
decision
almost.
for some of
That's
y'all,
crazy.
I'm sure sometimes.
Because they could let him
But
out
we
no matter
must
what the
think
jury
that
says
this is
later.
My brother was a young man, 18, 19 years old. I was just 11, 12 when this happened. And they made a decision as an offender to brutally murder him. Tied him up, shot him 4 times in the back of the head was not a mistake.
Oh my
That
God.
was a conscious decision. And I ask you to maintain the value of a life and
Gotta cover
preserve
up.
justice,
Sure.
and that you have that burden, but you also
Yeah,
have
I thought
that
it was
duty,
pretty short and sweet. I
and
guess
you
not.
can make the world a better place. And this isn't
It would
about
be quick if I was in there.
revenge
Nope, denied.
or unnecessary suffering. It is so we do maintain the value of a life. And we thank you for taking a moment for allowing us to
What's wrong? You
speak
don't have a shirt.
and come
Son.
forward to ask this. And I challenge you all, make this final appeal to you all.
I think most of them just go up
Jeff
for
Lee was a
parole
young man,
hearings
and
just to give them something to
justice
do.
needs to continue for him. And I thank you all for
Yeah,
allow
he
us
took
to
a
be
life.
here.
Heck no. Nope.
Thank you, Mr. Moon.
Next.
We certainly appreciate your comments. And again, we are so very sorry
Say
for
hi,
the loss
buddy.
of your brother. Does anyone else wish to speak?
He's cold and
You
has
all
no
are
shirt on,
in
so
agreement
I
with
had to
Mr.
wrap him
Lee's
up so he could sit up here.
Well, again, we thank you all for taking the time to be here with us today. If you
Exactly,
all
all
would open
saying
these
that
ladies,
hair's
we'll have an
goofy.
answer for you in just a
Next.
few moments. We wish you well.
All it would take, I'm so serious, is for somebody's mama to come in there that was murdered, and I'd just be a bawling mess and deny them right on the spot. I wouldn't even let them have time to get out the room. Be like, nope, you're done.
Mr. Craig Anthony Stubbs is denied parole. The vote
No, don't
is
touch that.
unanimous. Numbers 1, 4, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 16, James Fossick. Case number 16, James Fossick. One woman is Terry Connects.
Where's that book? Come on. Where's that book?
That's just a notepad, that's all.
Hello there, Perry. Confirm you are Mr. James Donald Fossick.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Fossick. We hope you are doing well today. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
Learned a skill that I feel like I would be an asset to
Oh.
the public. I've been involved in the CBU program for 5 years now, and I've kept my nose clean and stay away from trouble.
Why are his eyes so
prepare
sunken in
myself
his
to be
head?
released
Golly.
if it's the will of the board.
He'd be denied just because his eyes
Any
freaked me out.
evidence of drugs or alcohol when you committed this murder?
Where's that?
I was smoking marijuana, yes, ma'am.
Do you have any issues with drugs or alcohol at this point in your life?
I haven't touched anything in the last 17 years. I've pretty much done away with it. But I mean, if it's required to take an ATU program, I'll do that.
Right. And who do you plan to live with, and where do you plan to work if you are paroled?
I have to sign up for a parole employment program until I can find the job that I'm looking for. But I plan on living with a friend.
Randy Bassmaster. I didn't know that.
Anderson County.
Mr. Fossick, if you could speak to your victim's family at this point in your life,
Oh my
what, if
gosh.
anything, would you say to them?
I am sorry from the deepest parts of my heart. I know I caused them a
Right, Pat
unimaginable
Gaines,
amount of
like,
pain.
just send him on
I
the death
would never-
penalty
never
train.
repay it. And I just wish I
That's
had
what they
never
need to
put
do
Randy
to
in that
get the
situation.
line moving faster. Just put them all in a room, gas them up,
Should have
and
never
get
happened.
rid of them.
And I am sorry.
Is there anything else that you want to make sure that we know today?
Don't touch me.
No, man, that's about it.
Are there any additional questions from the board?
I was just wondering, you know,
Wicked West, they
I'm-
do. Look how far they are in his head. That's.
Well, we thank you for coming in and thank you for
Oh,
your
his
time,
boo-boo's
sir.
so
If
much
you will
better.
exit
He
the
did
room,
pick
we'll
the
have an answer
scab
for you
off of
later
it,
today.
so it
Thank you, Mr.
looks
Fossick.
better than it is.
Yes, ma'am.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
And you can't show them.
Please wait as the victims join from central office, and then we will bring a telephone victim in.
They wanted to see your boo boo. You want to show them your boo boo?
Good morning.
And that's a
We are
picture
here for the parole
There you go, see?
consideration of James Fossick.
Doesn't it look better?
That's correct.
Would you please state your
No.
name for the record
Your boo-boo
and your
does look
interest in this
better.
case?
My name is Jonathan Gasser. I was the lead prosecutor here in Richland County on Mr. Fossick's second trial, the trial for which he is currently incarcerated on.
Thank you so much, Mr.
I-
Gasser. If
I
you have an
know
additional
quicker.
victim we need to bring in.
Oh
at
my
this point,
God,
is that
Granny
correct?
Bassmaster, I'm so sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Hold, please.
Oh my gosh, we love you, Granny.
I love you. I don't hurt on me.
Yes. Mr. and Mrs. Witten?
It's Mrs. Witten and son Jeff.
Thank you, ma'am. I apologize. Please state your
That's
name.
fine.
If you could, but state your name and relationship to the case of James Fawcett.
My name is Sandra Witten, and Lee was my daughter.
Thank you, ma'am. And also, if you're seeing,
Do you need for him to tell you?
yes, ma'am, please.
Go sit in that chair.
Okay.
Watch the top. Butthead.
Hello?
Yes. Please state your name and relationship to the case of James Fawcett.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. My name is
Yes,
Jeff
she is.
Witten, and
One
I'm
of the
Lee's
best,
brother.
for sure.
Thank you. Please wait for the board to address you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning to the Wittens. I want to let you know that we do have Mr. Gasser here with us in central office. Thank you for joining us by phone. We are very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought all of you to be a part of this hearing today, but we certainly appreciate you joining us. Ms. Witten, do you want to begin, or would you like Mr. Gasser to go first?
Mr. Gasser could go first.
Yes.
And thank you, Johnny.
Thank you, Mr. Gasser.
Madam Chairwoman, this is, I've been present during all of Mr. Fawcett's parole hearings, but just for the record, I first got involved in this case when I was a law clerk. I believe it was the summer of 1986. It was dubbed the Summer of Fear here in the greater Columbia area because Sherry Faye Smith went missing, Deborah May Helmet went missing, and Mary Lee Witten went missing. And of course, the first two were victims of Larry Jean Bell, and unfortunately for Mary Lee, she was victim by James Fawcett. Mr. Fawcett abducted her in the lower Richland area of Richland County, took her to a wooded area, he raped her, and then he crushed her skull with a funeral urn. He was originally arrested and prosecuted, I believe it was late 86 or early 87. It was my third year of law school. I worked on the case as a law clerk. He was convicted, sentenced to life. 9 years later, his case was overturned on post-conviction relief as a result of an error that then Solicitor Anders had made. He was granted a new trial in 1995. I was then the deputy solicitor here in Richland County, and I was the lead prosecutor in 1996. You have all of the facts before you. One of the things I did want to state for the record.
Wicked, I think she said they all three died in prison, right,
Federal
Brandon?
and state prosecutor, including 89 jury trials. And the one thing that stands out with Mr. Fawcett with me were his eyes. I sat there and watched him over a period of several days, twice. His first trial in the 80s, and then when I prosecuted him in 1996. And he just had dark, emotionless eyes. And I just will never forget those eyes. And I would respectfully request on behalf of the Fifth Circuit Solicitor's Office and the Richland County Sheriff's Department, who granted me permission to come for all of Mr. Fawcett's parole hearings, and we are opposed to him being released from prison. And I thank you for the time that you've given me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gasser, and thank you for all the work that you've done. We certainly appreciate it. Ms. Witten, do you or your son wish to make a statement?
I do. And thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak for my daughter, Lee. I am her voice. I was 41 when she was taken from us. I'm now 80 years old, and all I have left are pictures and memories. She loved animals, and she took that part-time job at that animal clinic, and that led to her death at his hands. My daughter Kay reminded me this week, she lives in Colorado, and she reminded me that South Carolina is a law and order state. And I thank God for that. It doesn't get easier at all, because I have nothing left. I oppose his being released, and I thank you for all the work that you do for the state of South Carolina. And I thank all of the victims advocates in your office. They are so kind and helpful. And I again want to thank Johnny Gasser for all his hard work and kindness through the years. And I am opposed.
Thank you, Ms. Whitten. Mr. Whitten, did you wish to say anything, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I'd just like to say that I'm opposed, and also to thank you and Mr. Gasser for what y'all do. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. And again, we are so very, very sorry for your loss. But thank you all for taking the time to join us today. It really does mean a lot to us. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gasser. If you all will please exit the rooms, we'll have an answer for you shortly. Thank you. We wish you well.
Thank you.
Wait for the room to clear.
The room is clear.
Denied.
It's clear.
Eat them.
Mr. James Donald Fossick is denied parole. The vote is unanimous, numbers 1 and 2.
Denied for the creepy eyes.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 11. Case number 11, Billy Clanton. One moment as Watery connects.
Oh, thank you, Jamie. Damn, two, son? At the same time?
Yeah. Hello there, Watery. Confirming you are Mr. Billy Dennis Clanton.
Yes, ma'am.
Fat boy.
Thank you for joining. You're before the board. Please wait for the chamber to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Clanton. We hope you're doing well. Please tell us what you've done to get ready for parole.
Well, I've
All saying what, people?
several different anger management classes.
Whoa, you can't even see him denied. He's creepy.
Maintaining a job the whole time I've been here.
You just broke it. Stop.
Just
man.
trying to get this part of my life
Stop.
behind me.
Oh,
I made a
yeah, I
mistake.
probably
There was no
them
excuse for my
family
behavior,
members
and I just
to
like
protect
to have the opportunity to
the jury. You just
try to
broke my
be
desk.
the man that my kids and grandkids need me to be.
Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed this domestic violence assault?
I don't know, Reggie. That's what I thought it was going to be
I
quick.
was
But I
drinking
guess
that
not.
night.
And what about
But
you
she's
had
probably the last
a
one on
previous
it.
domestic violence conviction from 2017? Were you under the influence of
Jesus,
that as
kids
well?
are so much fun.
Yes, ma'am. I was drinking that night too.
Okay. And have you participated in AA or any programs within the institution that have been helpful to you?
Right, Granny? It wasn't the. Is it cross eyed?
And
It wasn't the man his
going through
kids
AA
needed
classes
to begin with, or
on the
he locked up.
tablet. And I've been going through them now for probably 3 to 4 months now. I've got like 40 different certificates on the NVO. That's what I do to pass my time when I'm not working. And there's a lot of helpful information in that.
Okay, good.
It's taught me a lot of things that I didn't know then, but I know now.
All right. And where are you planning to live if you are paroled?
I'm planning to go back to my house, which is on Tadlock Road in Jefferson, South Carolina.
All right, if you could speak to your victim, what, if anything, would you say?
Sorry. I wish I could go back and change it, but I can't.
Oh, Angel Loader, y'all
Do you
are
have any contact with the victim?
amazing, both of you.
No, ma'am.
Do you have any children with her?
Not that I know of. I know that.
Not that I know of.
She had got pregnant.
And I
But
don't even know if
I
you got
don't
kids
think it's
or not.
mine. Just to be honest.
Deadbeat.
All right. Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today, sir?
I would just like to have the opportunity to go back out and become a productive member of society, because before I got locked up, I was working 6 days a week.
Stop.
And
You broke it.
I made a bad
Do it out,
decision.
little fuck.
And I know now what not to do. And that the answer ain't in that bottle. And thank to God that I haven't drank anything in going on 4 years now, and I don't plan on drinking nothing else.
These people brag
Thank
like,
you,
oh,
sir.
I've
Are
not
there any
done
other
drugs,
questions
drank
from the
anything.
board?
Well, no shit, you've been in jail.
All right, Mr. Clayton.
I hope you learn.
Thank you for coming in today, sir. We appreciate
God,
your
mighty.
time. If you will exit the room,
Well, I've
we'll have
not
an
drank
answer for
anything
you
in
later
4
this
years because
afternoon.
I've been locked up.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
One moment as the room clears.
People are so stupid. I can't stand stupid
And the
people.
room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim
Thank you,
Services.
buddy.
Yes, please wait for the victims to join at central office. After central office victims, we do have a statement to be read separately.
Okay. I'm about to have to go cut the air off. Are you cold, buddy? Are you
Good
cold?
morning. You all
That's
are
not the
here
air
for the
conditioner.
parole consideration of Billy Dennis Clanton. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We are very sorry for the circumstances that brought y'all to be a part of this hearing today, but thank you so much for joining us. Before we begin, I do need each of you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this case. Can we begin with you?
Dixie D's ex-stepmother.
That's true, Pennyworth, but
Melissa Schimber, ex-wife.
they make it sound like it's such an amazing thing.
Sorry for the circumstances. At this
That
time,
you're
we would like to know
up.
from
You-
you all
what
whether
are
you
you
are
talking
for
about?
or against parole. And if either of you wishes to make a statement, you're certainly welcome to do so.
Again.
Ray Alsing, working 6 days a week is no excuse
It's not
at all.
necessary, but if you'd like to say anything else, you're welcome to, but you certainly don't have to. Well, thank you for being here, and again, we are very, very sorry for the circumstances, but we wish you both the very best. If you'll exit with these ladies, we'll have an answer for you in just a moment.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
It's so cold down here. I'm not going. I like it cold at night, but holy crap, I'm freezing right now. And poor Logan's all wrapped up in the blanket over here next to him.
The room at Central is clear.
Domestic violence.
Please wait as OVS Hemingway has a statement to be read.
The statement will be read from Jamie Dees, the victim. I am opposed to parole.
Penny,
Mr.
I
Clampton
really think
tried
they
to
do.
strangle me
believe it or
on the
not.
night of December 31st.
I'd like to know how
January
many times he
1st,
got busted
2020,
for hooch in the
during an argument
jail.
when I terminated the relationship. Since the first attempt he made to take my life, I have not felt safe, as he has stated he wants to finish what he started if released. Not only do I fear my life, but the lives of my children as well. He will only do this again, as he already has, after faking an illness to be released the first time.
Which
He will
woman? I'll
continue
say.
his actions until he finally succeeds to taking a woman's life. Respectfully, Jamie Dees. End of statement.
The room is clear.
Mr. Billy Dennis Clanton
Wow,
is
Angel
denied
Loader.
parole.
Oh
The
my
vote is
gosh.
unanimous, numbers 1, 2, and 4. Thank you.
Thank you. The time now is 10:30 a.m. We will pause for our first 10-minute break.
What the heck?
Advise when the recording has been paused.
The recording has been paused.
Thank you. See you guys back in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, the main like parole board officer. I guess she's probably the main parole board officer. Uh-oh, buddy. Dropped it. You got it, buddy? She is a pretty lady. I thought this was just going to be Susan. They get breaks. Yep, denied. They took too long. I'm shocked they're letting them record all of these people and not just Susan Smith. I hope she walks in and they deny her instantly. Right, Juicer? It's a lot of work to click deny on your screen. Wicked West, it is interesting to see. I've never knew how parole board worked, but now we do. Well, I do. I don't know if y'all knew how it worked, but I didn't. So it's kind of cool to see it. Ooh. Ooh. You okay? You good?
Yeah.
You sure? I wonder how long this is gonna last, because I did not know it was an all-day situation. It is cool, Juicer. I like watching this. I'm freezing, son. Are you cold? Huh?
Yeah.
You're cold too?
Yeah. You're cold.
Yeah, Molly's cold.
I don't know.
You can use that blankie, sweet boy. Here. You wrap up in it. You got no clothes on. Mommy will go cut the air off in a second.
Yeah. Mama, you don't shut up.
Oh my gosh, Granny Bassmaster, I couldn't imagine that. No, that's not the air. Hold on. Let me go cut this air off because it is cold down here. And Logan refuses to wear clothes. I'll be okay, I'm back. Hey James Dale, I had to let the dogs in too because Moose wouldn't shush. Oh, Pat Gaines, me too. We're gonna watch her sentencing tomorrow. Huh?
I still love you.
You still love me.
I got my
Is that what you said? You said I still love you?
Yeah.
I love you too,
I
buddy.
got my payment out.
You need help? Who did they chain to a chair juicer? Stop messing with that. You already broke it. I gotta get your daddy to fix it when he gets home. Stop.
Come on.
You're welcome, buddy. Do. I hate these breaks. They're just so awkward.
Then fix it. And then I put that.
No, you can't fix that. Your daddy's gonna have to fix it.
No, me. Me.
You can't fix it, dude. Dude. Oh, they left the two because they were chained to there. I can't wait to see the sentencing tomorrow. Quit, Lily. Gonna get hurt. I wonder if Court TV's showing it again. Let's look and see if they have it scheduled. Darzilla, nope, not yet. They haven't showed her yet. They're going through everybody, so we've been watching 20 people get denied for parole so far. I don't know how many people it actually was, but no, they've denied everybody so far. Son, please stop, buddy. They don't have it scheduled yet. I hope they're covering Leilani's sentencing tomorrow. They better be. Oh, wow. Is her sentencing? Yes, Pat Gaines, her sentencing is tomorrow. I need to get a pen so I can write dates down. I need to invest in some pens. That's what I need to do. I'm going to order some from Donna Clark when I get paid. Chloe Driver's sentencing will be December 12th. Did you just put that in that trash can with no garbage bag in there?
No.
You're fibbing.
Then I put that out.
Come out of the bushes.
Do you have that one?
A pinvestment, yes, I'll say. Let me tell you, I cannot keep up with a pen to save my life. Between all these kids and my husband, somebody done took all of them. Let me see if I have something over here in this drawer. Let me turn my camera off because my son will be all in here with no shirt on. Oops. I found one in my kids' room. Darzilla agreed. They didn't have a choice, neither should she. Let's write this down. Chloe. Wicked West. That's what I need.
Look, 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 look.
Okay, we'll cover that. We'll watch that. Her sentencing, December 12th. I don't know if y'all have been keeping up with that one. That's when we started, and I decided to not finish. Yet another one. Pat Gaines, yes. I couldn't agree with that more. Harmony and Quentin are two of the hardest cases I've seen. Chooser, did you finish the Chloe Driver case, or did any of you finish watching it? Because I didn't watch the rest of it. Oh, thanks, buddy.
I made that fit and I watched it. And then I fixed it up.
You didn't finish watching it? Do you plan on watching it? I can tell y'all how it ends if you want. Court TV posted it 14 minutes ago. Oh my god. Harmony Montgomery, that one was so hard to watch. Logan Wade, please stay out of stuff, son. Put that back. You're about to get yourself in trouble. Get out of stuff. Here. You have a drink. You don't need anything else right now.
That may I see?
No, what, Juicer? Don't tell you. Oh my god, Wicked West. Yeah. The stepmom should be locked up too.
That is my cup.
Not right now. You can have that with your lunch, okay?
What? Okay.
Okay. Now stay out of there. So yes, ma'am. Stay out of it. Logan.
What?
You didn't watch it, Wicked West? Excuse me. Oh, okay. She should be in prison. The stepmom should be in prison right along with the dad.
Thank you. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has resumed.
The recording has resumed.
Thank you. It's 10:45 a.m. We're resuming our hearings. We're heading to Goodman for case number 14, Danica Felder. Case number 14, Danica Felder, and she has supporters. One moment as both parties connect. Hello there, Goodman. Confirming you are Ms. Danica Felder.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And their support site confirming you are here in support of Ms. Felder. Can you all verbally advise you are in support of Ms. Felder?
Yes.
Thank you for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Ms. Felder, and good morning to the ladies at Watkins. Thank you so much for joining us today. Ms. Felder,
Doesn't
please
say
tell us what you have
what
done to get ready for parole.
Susan Smith.
I took classes, a lot of self-meditating and going to church and just getting myself together to get parole and going up for trying for housing.
I'm going to church because I'm in prison and have nothing better to do.
Is your plan to go to a halfway house?
You want to go
if
to
you are
church,
paroled?
buddy?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, you were convicted of voluntary manslaughter. Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed this crime?
No, ma'am.
And what, if anything, would you say to your victim's family if you could speak to them?
I'm sorry. I hate that it's happening. I wish I could take it all back. I'm a changed person. I'm not the way I used to be, and I just want a chance to get out of here and just.
I have no patience for people like
live a
that.
good life.
I've changed. Why did you change? Because you have nothing else to do. When you get out, you'll revert right back to what you were doing before.
All right, Ms. Felder, how can you assure us that something like this
Sorry.
would never happen again
That's
if we
enough.
granted you parole?
Stay around positive people, not doing things that I used to, keeping a track mind, staying in the church, raising my son, and working, and living a positive life.
All right, thank you.
Denied, your
What's
hairline's
the
not
most
straight.
important thing that you've learned while you've been incarcerated?
That it's okay to walk away and realizing what I did wrong and changing myself and realizing how I could be a better person and taking the steps to be a better person.
Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today before I give your supporters a chance to speak?
I just pray that I'm given the chance. I'm not the way I used to be anymore. I changed in so many ways, and I'm very remorseful and wish to have a second chance at life.
All right, I see that you had an infraction in April of 2023 for some type of narcotic. What were you using then?
I was Remeron. It was a sleeping medication.
All right, are you still?
And now I have my own prescription for it.
You do, okay. Are you working with mental health?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that helpful to you?
Yes.
Denied, you got the
And is that
prison
something that you would be
BCGs
willing
on.
to continue to comply with if you are paroled?
I would too if I was in prison. I'd have to wear
Yes,
this else,
ma'am.
but
All right, ladies at Watkins, I need each of you to please state your name for the record and your relationship to Ms. Felder, please.
bye, Kathy. See you later.
My name is Barbara Isaac. I am Tanika's aunt.
Thank you, Ms. Isaac. The other lady?
My name is Cindy Felder, and I'm Tanika's mother.
Thank you, Ms. Felder. We appreciate both of you ladies being here to support her today. Do either of you wish to speak on her behalf?
Who's got her son on her, Mama?
I just said, would either of you like to speak on behalf of Ms. Felder?
Yeah, like I said, I'm Tanika aunt, and I knew her all her little life, when she born. And sometimes my kids, tends to stray away, even though they were brought up in the church. But, life is like a learning thing. Things happen. And I just pray that hope that you guys kind of give her another chance,
I'll take a Kit Kat.
prove herself. So I just, like I say, I knew her all over her life, and I think she's a pretty good kid, and things just happen. And there's no excuse for what she did, but I just hope that she's learned that things don't happen.
This lady's hair looks straight out of the
It
90s.
turned out to be.
Does it?
Thank you, Ms. Isaac. Ms.
The one in
Felder,
the
do you wish
tan?
to speak?
Yes, I think she learned a lesson, and
She looks like she's out of Fresh Prince of
I
Bel
pray
Air.
that grant her mercy. She do have a 12-year-old son, and he misses her and loves her very much.
That's yourself, dog.
I feel that
Logan, come over here, buddy.
she learned a lesson, and I hope y'all grant her mercy.
Thank you. Again,
You're about to get
we
yourself
appreciate
in
you being here. She's very fortunate to have your support. Are there
We
any
could rest,
other
I don't know.
questions from the board?
I wish it told you what they did.
All right, ladies, thank you for joining us. If all of you will please exit the rooms, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you for your
Awesome.
time.
Okay, thank you.
One moment, that's going to be clear to you.
Juicer,
And
you've
the
known
room is
who your
clear.
whole life. Denied.
Ms.
For what?
Danica Felder is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 3,
No
4,
reason.
and 6. Thank you.
Use of a deadly
Thank you.
weapon.
Our
Or
next
something.
case will be case number
Okay,
37,
you're about to
Matthew
put yourself in
Thomas.
a big trouble.
Case number 37, Matthew Thomas. One moment as Tiger River connects. Hello there, Tiger River. Confirming you are Mr. Matthew Randall Thomas.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Thomas. We hope you are doing well today. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
Oh
been
Lord, the VCGs are even worse. On this.
Working on, I've been doing Adobe.
Why are they folded out
certificates.
like
I've
that?
been finding a house, a halfway house
What is
to
happening
go
with his
to.
glasses?
And it's,
Oh, Juicer. Oh Lord, help!
I
I didn't even catch that one.
don't know what else to say.
Which halfway house have you applied to?
Why did his glasses
It's
look
called
like
the AYA house.
Okay, and what is your plan to
that?
go
Look at
now?
my the other two.
To find a good job and save up my
I must
money
have punched
and
him in his glasses and then.
like buy a car, buy a house,
Those look. That's.
do everything I should have done before I got
Those look
arrested.
awful.
Mr. Thomas, you were convicted of criminal sexual conduct with a minor, 3rd degree. Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed your crime?
Yes, ma'am.
And what, if anything, have you done to address those issues?
I've been going to Narcotics Anonymous. I've been hanging out with people that are trying to stay clean and do the right thing and all that.
How long have you been clean?
Since August
Lauren
28th.
Stash denied.
Are you working with mental health?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that helpful to you?
It is.
Right. Is this probation violation still pending?
I don't think so. I had a friend call up there and she said they didn't have any warrants for me in North Carolina, so.
All right. Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today?
Those are the worst glasses I've ever seen. What?
Just, regardless if I make it or not, I'm improving myself, so that's it.
Do you understand that you will
I
need to
can
register as a
agree with
sex
that,
offender
Grady.
if
The
you
only
were
ones I
granted
think they should
parole or when
cut
you
some
maxed out your
slack
sentence?
is the low line
Yes,
drug
ma'am.
offenses like weed.
We
I don't
thank you
think
for
those
coming in,
people
Mr.
should
Thomas. Are
even
there
be
any
arrested.
additional questions from the board?
No, ma'am.
All right, if you will please exit the room, sir, we'll have an answer for you later
Angel,
today.
I
Thank
agree.
you for
I
your
think
time.
that it'll probably be the last
Thank
one.
you.
One moment as the room clears.
Don't let him out. They don't change. Amen.
And the room is clear, and we do have additional
He's a
testimony
perv.
facilitated by our Office of Victim
Denied.
Services.
Oh, hell
Please
no.
wait
He
as we have
definitely
the
needs to
victims
be in there.
join from
Victims
Central
are 16 and
Office
14.
and also Anderson Remote Office.
He is literally a perv. I'm trying to catch this up on my phone so I can pause it and read it.
Good morning.
Yes, Anderson Remote Office?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. Can you please state
Okay,
your
Juicer.
name and your relationship to the case of Matthew Thomas?
I'm Carmen Jensen, and I'm the mother of one of the victims.
Yeah, he
Is there
does.
one
I'm
of
saying
them
he
who
has
are one
that
of the
creeper vibe.
Thank you both. Please wait for the board to address you.
Thank you, ladies. We do have 2 other people here in central office. Ladies, I need you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this case.
I'll see what it says. Hold on.
My name's Rebecca Reed, and I'm the mother of the victim.
I got a screenshot of this so I can zoom it in.
And I'm the older sister of the victim.
Thank you all so very much for
Sorry?
being here
You're
with
welcome
us
to
today.
stop
We are
the
so very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought you to be a part of
Criminal
this. We certainly
assault
appreciate you
or
joining
criminal
us.
sexual
We do have
conduct
the
with a
facts of the
minor
events,
third
and we've heard
degree.
from Mr. Thomas. At this time, we'd like
Commit
to hear
an
from you
attempt.
all whether you are for or against parole. And if anyone would like
Something
to make a
act.
statement, you are certainly welcome to
Victim
do
under
so.
16 years.
Would you all like to begin here in Central or the folks
An
at the satellite office in
actor
Anderson?
over
Who would like to
14. I
start?
don't know. That's what I'm going to say.
I can start.
Thank you, ma'am.
Again, I'm Rebecca Reed. I'm the mother of the victim, Chloe Dupre. I'm here today. I wrote what I was going to say because I didn't want to forget it. To express my extreme opposition to the parole of Matthew Thomas. On October 5th, 2021, he committed a horrific sexual assault against my daughter, Chloe. This crime
100%
committed from
green,
an
but I was
11-year-old Bella has had a devastating and irreversible impact on both Chloe and Bella's lives. Chloe has endured severe trauma, including multiple suicide attempts. One of which left her in ICU. She's been in and out of mental institutions. Bella, who witnessed the assault, has also been deeply affected, experiencing her own emotional and psychological trauma. Our
Somebody
bond
needs
with
to get
Chloe
him
as
with
a
the
family has
broomstick.
been deeply damaged, and I'm deeply concerned about her future as well as the lasting effects on Bella. I want the parole board to know that I don't have a hate for Matthew Thomas. I've known Matthew Thomas since he was 12 years old.
Oh my God.
When he was a troubled teen, I took him in and I tried to help him before my children were born. And despite my best efforts to guide him, he continued to struggle. Matthew was in the hospital the day Chloe was born. So it's with a heavy heart that I have to be here today before you.
Wicked West Side, yeah. I don't
More
know.
recently, he came to Myrtle Beach seeking my support in sobriety. His attempts at sobriety were inconsistent.
Granny,
and
it was
one
two
period
different
lasting up
girls,
to a year, but
sisters,
ultimately he
I
was
think.
unable to maintain it. The assault happened with
What it
Chloe while
sounds
she was
like.
babysitting a friend's dog with her younger friend Bella. Matthew Thomas showed up at the house. He convinced her to try alcohol for the first time and convinced her to take extra
Her daughter
seizure
and a
meds.
friend.
While she was drugged, he sexually assaulted her in front of an 11-year-old. This experience has left Chloe struggling with severe PTSD, anxiety, and depression. She has difficulty trusting people and has become increasingly withdrawn. Chloe's trauma is manifested in numerous ways. She has nightmares and flashbacks that make it difficult for her to sleep. She's become isolated, withdrawing from friends and family, and has lost interest in activities she once enjoyed. The emotional and psychological scars are profound. And despite ongoing
Me too,
therapy,
Wicked
her
West.
recovery is slow and still uncertain. Chloe dropped out of school. She stopped taking care of herself physically. She's even shaved her head in a moment of duress. Bella, too, has been affected, struggling with fear, anxiety, and trust issues as a result of witnessing the assault. Matthew Thomas has a history of drug abuse, and the fact that he was on probation at the time of the assault further demonstrates his disregard for the law.
Wow.
And his potential to reoffend. His actions show a pattern of behavior that poses a continued threat to society.
Logan.
To my knowledge, he's shown no remorse for his action and hasn't taken responsibility for the harm he caused. The lack of accountability is deeply concerning and suggests that he has not undergone necessary rehabilitation to ensure his harm to others in the future. His inability to maintain sobriety, even with support, and his history of violating probation continues to highlight his disregard for legal boundaries and societal norms. The fact that he committed such a heinous crime while on probation underscores his potential danger to the community. If released, I feel there's a significant risk he could reoffend, putting others at risk of similar harm. Furthermore, that lack of remorse and failure to take responsibility for his actions suggests he has not internalized the gravity of his crime. The mindset is dangerous as it indicates a lack of empathy and understanding and consequences of his actions. Without genuine remorse Commitment to change is unlikely, and he will not be able to reintegrate into society safely. May he be eligible for parole while Chloe continues to live with the devastating consequences of his actions. It's unjust that he should be granted an opportunity to move forward with his life while she continues to suffer. The impact on our family has been profound. We do live with the emotional toll on all of us, and it has been immense. Chloe's siblings are also affected as they struggle to understand and cope with what happened to their sister and why she changed. I urge you to consider the severity of Matthew Thomas's crime and that you do not grant him parole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Reed. And again, we are so very, very sorry for all that your family has been through.
Oh my gosh.
And we certainly hope that Chloe will be well. Ladies at Anderson, do either of you wish to
Here, don't even deny him. Just put his ass in the ground
I'm
6
very much opposed to Matthew being on parole or released in any way early. I go by Nikki. My name is Nikki Jensen. My daughter is Bella. And
I gotta change a
the best
diaper.
way I can describe it, because Becca hit it way better than I ever could, is that their family was the first family that I found in recovery. Our kids bonded rather quickly, and through all the 2 years in recovery together, we have grown very, very close. So though our kids are friends, we are very much like a family. And when Matthew came to that area and had been in Becca's life for so long, we all welcomed him and never thought twice about welcoming him as another one of us. None of us ever foresaw this happening. And like Becca said, our kids have not been the same since. Their bond has not been the same since. My daughter watched something shortly after she was honest about something that happened to her in her past. So it was like back-to-back trauma for her. And neither girl has been the same since. Their friendship's not the same. The family dynamics are not the same. I watched Bella struggle with relationships with men to begin with, developing them with any level other than her grandfather or her brother. She just cannot. She doesn't trust. She has severe anxiety issues. I'm very grateful that they have not gone to the extent of Chloe's, but I have stood beside Becca as she has stood beside Chloe through all of the after effects of everything that has happened, and neither girl has been the same since. And I do not feel that it would be just in any way for Matthew to get out any earlier than he already. I'm sorry, but I personally did not think that the time he was given was enough. So to get out early would just be horrific to me. I think my daughter already knows that we moved to this area over the summer, and we were notified shortly thereafter that Matthew was moved not too far from our area, and she already has anxiety about that. So having him free, I honestly I don't know that I'm ready to deal with the effects that would come from that. So I'm very much opposed to him getting out. I'm sorry I'm not as eloquent as Becca, and I could not write it out. I didn't know what I was going to want to say. But thank you.
And thank you. We certainly appreciate all of your comments. Young ladies, do either of you wish to speak? You certainly do not have to. But if you would like to say anything, you're welcome to do that.
Bella doesn't.
Thank you.
Did anybody else see that Alex Murdaugh was approved for a retrial or something?
How we found out it happened. Whenever Chloe, I never saw it coming, honestly. They were really, really close, her and Matthew. And I kind of just thought, she's got an older friend to hang out with. I hung out with some older people too. Matthew was a family friend, so nobody ever really thought twice about it. Whenever he would, Chloe didn't even think to call or ask if Matthew should be there coming in the house. And I remember remember we found out whenever Chloe first tried to kill herself, and she wrote a letter because she expected to actually do it, telling her to ask Bella what happened that night. And none of us knew what happened that night. I don't remember how we found out, but it was my mom who found out first. As far as I know, that Chloe had been raped by Matthew. And honestly, I didn't want to believe it at first, but, you know, it's not like Bella or Chloe would lie about that. So, it was totally messed up to hear about, and mine and Chloe's relationship has not been the same since that has happened. She used to come to me for everything, and now she's always trying to protect me from everything, like I don't know anything.
You didn't say anything, Brittany?
I know this stuff. I'm her older sister. And she's always trying to protect me from everything that happened, and telling me everything's fine, when I know it's not fine. She has that look on her face whenever it's not fine.
Good morning, Imran.
And she hides everything from everyone. I find stuff out because, you know, I hang out with her all the time. Before she left, when she left for Texas, she didn't tell anybody she was actually leaving. But I think I understand why she left from here. Things have been horrible here ever since that happened, though. But I don't want him out of there. No. Okay, I think I'm done talking now.
Thank you so much for sharing with us. You're a very, very brave young woman, both of you, for joining us, and we thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. And your sister is very fortunate to have such a great sister. So thank you for being here today. We really are very sorry for all that you have been through, and we wish you all the very best. If
Be right
anybody
back.
else has anything that they would like to share, if you all will exit the room, so we'll have an answer for you later today. Ladies, here, you can exit with these ladies right over here. Thank you so much. We wish you well. Thank you, ladies in Anderson.
Please wait as the room clears. Anderson remote site is clear.
The room at Central is clear. Mr. Matthew Thomas will be denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 7, James Bruton Jr. Case number 7, James Bruton Jr. One moment as Tiger River connects. Hello there, Tiger River. Confirm you are Mr. James William Bruton Jr.
Logan scared me. Sounded like I was screaming upstairs.
The chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Bruton. We hope you're doing well today. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
Well, I've been taking a trade and staying active.
What trade have you been working on?
Logan,
I'm
stop
doing
me.
auto body.
Okay, is that something that you would want to do on the outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a place to live, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And where is that?
120 Westover Drive with my aunt, Mary Mountain Lane, Bruton.
All right, Mr. Bruton, were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed this murder?
Alcohol, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what have you done about that, your issues with alcohol?
Well, I took substance abuse and drug abuse classes since I've been in.
Okay. How do you feel about the crime that you committed?
I hate it happened. I'm very sorry that it happened. It was a decision I shouldn't have never made.
What's the most important thing that you've learned during your incarceration?
Well,
A trade.
be obedient and obey the law.
Reggie, maybe. I've
And
not
rules
really
and
paid
regulations.
attention to that.
All right. Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today, sir?
No, ma'am.
Are there any other questions from the board? All right, Mr. Bruton, thank you so much for your time, sir. We appreciate you coming in this morning. If you will exit the room, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, officers.
A moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by our Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as the victim joins virtually. Lieutenant Harwell?
Yes.
Yes, good morning. Please state your name and your relationship to the case of James Brewington.
Yes, my name is Lieutenant Doug Harwell. I'm with the Spartanburg Police Department, and I oppose parole for Mr. Brewington.
All right. Please wait for the board to address you, sir.
Good morning, Lieutenant Harwell. We hope you are doing well this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. At this time, we would like to know if you are opposed the parole or if you were in favor, and if you'd like to make any additional statement, you are certainly welcome to do so.
Thank you. On behalf of the police department, we oppose parole. I was reviewing the case. It's one of those cases that it kind of shocks you a little bit. I'm sure the board's looked over the case, but Mr. Bruton, the homicide itself is bad, but he hit him with a pipe, thought he was dead. Come back later.
Reggie, the bathroom
he
is
wasn't
my
dead.
least favorite chore, too.
Hit him again. Then after he was dead, he left. It just, Chief Thompson told us that, and he's mentioned it several times, that you can't rehabilitate evil. I think those actions pretty much describe evil. We think that he rightly deserves the sentence he got, and we just asked the parole board to let him continue serving the sentence that he earned.
Thank you, Lieutenant Harwell. We appreciate your time and your comments, sir. Someone from Victim Services will be back in touch with you shortly to let you know the outcome of the hearing. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
Please wait as the room clears. And the room is clear.
Mr. James Bruton Jr. is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 39, Charles Tyson. Case number 39, and Charles Tyson. And he does have supporters. One moment as both parties connect. Hello there at Tiger River. Confirming you are Mr. Charles Tyson.
Yes, I'm Charles Tyson.
Thank you, sir. And there at our support site, confirming you are here in support of Mr. Tyson.
Yvonne Tyson.
Thank you both for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Tyson, and good morning to the lady at Watkins. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Tyson, please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
Well, I stayed married. I work in the chapel. I've been part of several programs. One in particular, the Academy of Hope at Lee County, which was a violence interruption program that was established there in 2019 in an effort to quell the gang violence that was at the prison. I'm married, I got a wife, I got a home.
All right, tell us what's the most important thing that you've learned during your incarceration.
That there's consequences for actions, whether they're good or bad. If you make bad decisions, bad consequences follow. If you make good decisions, we expect that good consequences will follow.
Mr. Tyson, what, if anything, would you say to your victim's family if you had the opportunity to speak to them at this point in your life?
That how sorry I am, and that I wish that day never would have happened, and I wish I would have been more clearer thinking. I wish I was growner. I wish I had a better understanding. I wish I would have listened to my parents.
Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed this murder?
Probably smoking some marijuana at that time.
Do you have any issues with drugs or alcohol at this point in your life?
Well, I haven't been high in a while. Since 2013, I do believe.
Marijuana does not make you kill people.
Is there anything else that
But
you...
if I was to be granted parole and I had to take classes or whatever y'all say do, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. Whatever you say do.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything else that you want to tell us before I give your supporter a chance to speak?
You, my supporter.
Sir, I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you said?
I said, my supporter right there, she can speak.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ma'am, would you please state your name for the record and your relationship to Mr. Tyson?
Whoop, hey again, Nicole. I say he right.
Yvonne Tyson, and I'm Charles Tyson's wife.
Thank you so much for being here today. We certainly appreciate that. Would you like to make a statement on his behalf?
Yes, I would. I would like to say that I've been with Charles Tyson for 35 years, and I've grown to know him, and I know his heart, and I know that he loves, he loves people. And not only that, during the whole 35 years, we've always talked about the wrong decision that he made and how he hurt the Joyner's family. And if he could do a do-over, he would do it. And, he's been doing a lot of good things. I know back in 2020, when they had COVID real bad, and not even the officers wanted to take care of all of the COVID patients, because at Lee County, they were all housed at Lee County. And so they knew that somebody had to do it, and the inmates needed help. And so he and 3 other guys, they went in and they took care of these guys that were, infected with COVID-19. And during that time, I contacted my church and we prayed 24 hours a day, because it was so dangerous, to the point where not even the officers or the medical staff wanted to go in and take care of the inmates. But they knew without a shadow of a doubt, that somebody had to do it, and they stepped up to the plate. And I know that's true love, because the Word of God says, greater love that a man would lay down his life for a friend. And that's what they were doing. And I was telling my church exactly what they did. And so the pastor set it up where, we all would pray for them around the clock. And to God be the glory, he took care of them. And not only did he take care of them while they were taking care of the inmates, that were infected with COVID-19. And I know without a shadow of a doubt that his heart has changed, that he will be a blessing, to the young men and young ladies out here, in society, because he's really helped our kids and also the kids at church by hearing,
what's she digging for?
his testimony and so forth. And I really do believe that if you were to grant him parole, you will see. And if he could talk personally to the family, he would tell them how sad and how sorry he is, because he tells me that all the time, and we pray about it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mrs. Tyson. We appreciate your comments. And we thank you for being here so very much. Are there any other questions?
Good
from the board?
morning.
Thank you both for joining us this morning. If you all will please exit
Oh,
the room,
okay.
we will have an answer for
Our
you later
phone's ringing.
today. Thank you.
Betty farts rainbows too.
One moment as the room clears.
Yeah, probably.
And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony
Murder,
facilitated by the Office of Human
armed
Services.
robbery,
Please wait as the victim
robbery
joins
while armed,
virtually.
allegedly armed with a deadly weapon. Well, shit. He can be a blessing in prison. He's somebody's blessing in prison, I'm sure.
Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Poston.
No,
I'm sorry, sir. We can't hear you.
I'm still waiting on Susan Smith.
There you go.
Whoa.
We can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. I kept hitting the mute button.
That's okay. If you would, please state your name
Crystal, do you have the
and your
grandbaby today?
relationship to the case of Charles Tyson.
I'm John Poston, and he was my uncle.
Yes, sir. And is someone else with you there?
My mother's here.
Okay, if she would, please state her name and relationship to the case.
My name is Myra Poston, and I'm sorry, what was the last one?
What is your relationship to Uncle Charlie?
Yeah, the relationship to Charlie was my brother.
Thank you both. If you would, please wait for the board to address you.
All right, thank you.
Aw, he's
Good
so sick
morning.
and cute.
Thank you so very much for joining us. We are so sorry for the circumstances that brought you to be a part of this hearing, but we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. At this time, we would like to know whether you are for or against parole, and if either of you wishes to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so.
We're definitely against it. Like we've been doing now for I don't know how many years, being inconvenienced and can't move on from this situation. And watching everybody used to come and help.
But how old is he, Crystal?
Either passed away or whatever. So I'm
He's
kind
like Brooklyn's age,
now
isn't
the
he?
only one left to handle all this. But I oppose it on two main reasons again. I'll reiterate like the last several years. The first one being that he was my uncle, a family member. And he was like my big brother. And my mom actually asked me just now, how long ago has he been passed away? And I looked, and it's been 43 years now. And every single day, it seems like 1981 back in my mind, especially when it comes to this time of year.
Okay. So yeah, he's not at Brooklyn's age. She'll be 5 at the end of
process
December.
will never disappear, or we get over it. Move on. But, as far as that goes, he was like my big brother. I loved him, and I wish he could have been here longer to be with me. And, I was telling her today, he got me involved in football when I was a little boy. He went to North Myrtle Beach High. I went to West Florence, and they're actually playing tomorrow, Friday night in the playoffs, and I would have loved to go with him to that. But as you can see, that's impossible now. But as a family member, I definitely oppose it. As a law enforcement officer that's been retired now 25 years and provides security for under a proprietary license under SLED for a church/school, I definitely oppose it from that perspective, mainly because this guy supposedly had robbed my uncle one time already, then robbed him again, and the second time he ended up killing him, shooting him twice.
Good morning,
and if that wasn't even bad enough, he decides to shoot out a law enforcement officer that was responding to the scene. I take that very personally on a number of reasons. And based on his past history, there's not been one time have I listened to the tapes.
Oh my God, Wiki West, I will never understand
where he
prison
comes
vibes.
out
That's
and
just crazy.
says he's sorry, or, he doesn't
Oh Lord, on
repent,
your
he
clean
doesn't say
floors too,
anything to
Henry.
us or apologize for his behavior or ask for forgiveness.
Mine are
It's
in here
more or less,
snoring, so if
hey,
y'all hear
I'm a
snoring, I
changed
swear
man,
that is
I'm a
not me, it's
Christian,
the dog.
I sing, I got married, blah, blah,
Oh
blah, and
no,
all
Sarah,
that.
I hope you feel better.
So it's like, he hasn't changed one bit, in my
This weather, if
opinion.
your weather's been
Again,
anything like
going
ours,
back
it's
to where he wrote
absolutely
the book
insane.
on judicial lynching, making a mockery of our justice system,
Dude,
which we do have flaws. Being a cop, I understand the flaws that do exist in our justice system, but we can't let someone like that make a mockery out of it. And so, for mainly all those
Granny,
reasons, and
are you
other
okay?
victims that have to deal with situations like this every single year and can't move on, I totally deny parole. I request a denial of parole for this guy.
Thank you, Mr. Poston. Mrs. Poston, do you wish to make a statement?
Yes, of course, this was my brother, and he was just so young and taking care of everybody, my mother and all that, and this person who has done so badly to us, and the words,
You're so
some of the
goofy,
words
Granny.
he'd even
Please be
said when I
careful.
was around. So I just definitely do not want him to be released out into the wild earth, I guess you want to say. But yes, I definitely deny
Granny,
that.
is Pawpaw home? He can
Thank
help
you.
you?
And again, we are very,
Or do I
very
need to come
sorry
over
for
there?
the circumstances that brought y'all to be a part of this hearing. But thank you for your time and your comments. Someone from Victim Services will be back in touch with you shortly to let you know the outcome of the hearing. Thank you, and we wish you well.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Please wait as the room clears.
I'd hate to have to tell everybody, hang on, I'll be back. I gotta go get Granny out of the floor.
And the room is clear.
Denied.
Mr. Charles Tyson is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 3, and 6.
Oh
Thank
no,
you.
Sarah. That's rough.
Thank you. And at this time, we will pause for a 5-minute break. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording
I
has
bet
been
he
paused.
is.
The recorder has been paused.
Thank you.
I told you not to
We
be
will
so
take a
damn
brief 5-minute
stubborn
break,
too,
and
didn't
we'll
you?
be back shortly.
I'm trying to see if any of these. Nicole, no, she's not. But she only lives like, what is it, Granny? 10 minutes from me, I think. She lives super close to me. I'd love it if she was though. I bet she's one of the funnest grannies. I was trying to read this little bitty thing on the bottom to see if it says when she's coming up, but I can't see that shit. It doesn't say her number either. Granny, I don't know if you know, but Willow is really close to us too. Yeah, she's super close. I need to go see her one of these days. What? Me too, Granny. He needs to go live again. I'm gonna message him like, what are you doing? He doesn't go live very much, which I wish he would go more because he cracks me up. That's what we need to do, Granny. All of us go to lunch or something one day. Because he's closer to me than you are, I think. He's probably right in the middle of both of us. What are you doing, butthead?
I had that.
Are you a butthead?
No.
No?
But.
Pancakes. You're what, buddy? Your name is not Brooklyn. Your name is Logan. Say Logan.
Okay.
Get that out of your mouth.
Okay.
Logan. Try it again. Logan. You're tired. If you get that cup out of your mouth, you could talk. Low. So low. Again. Logan. Brat. You old brat. You little brat. Mommy's a brat? No. You a brat. Rotten. Rotten. Mama would say you're supposed to smell that way, huh? Have y'all ever heard that when I would call them rotten, the girls when they were little, my mother-in-law would always look at me and say, well, they're supposed to smell that way, aren't they? And ever since she said that to me, it just stuck. So I always tell them that. You're supposed to smell that way. He could say that. He could say rotten or brat. No, thank you, Wicked West. You are so sweet. I try. I may not have the best patience some days, but Mom is a brat. Mom all says you're a brat? Yeah. Because you are a brat. You're not a brat? What are you? You're what? Get that out of your mouth and tell me. What is that? I don't know what that is. Rotten? Mm-hmm. Oh, you're Logan. You are Logan.
No.
That's not what you want?
No.
Emery, he would talk if he'd get that cup out of his mouth, but he's too stuck on this cup. Oh, I feel like I have 700 kids all the time. Especially when they're all home, and the husband, and the dogs. Oh my God. They drive you insane. They will drive you insane. I'm so mad that Betty didn't go to court this morning. I was hoping she'd go to jail. That's bad, maybe, but I was hoping. Your Logan is 40. Oh, mine just turned 3. You want a new Logan? He's a brat. You'd bring him back. This one, he don't go far without me. I don't know, Nicole. Apparently she got it continued to January. No, Pat Gaines. Well, you haven't missed anything. We're on a break again. Emery, I guess she got a continuance, I think, because she had to get a new lawyer. Probably because hers dumped her because she's a fool. Who is that, Reggie? I don't know who that is. Oh, yeah. Well, Granny, that's all it's going to do is give them more time to get crap on her, because what's she going to do? Show her ass? I hope she sits in jail for a while. She needs it. Realize what she's doing. Especially the other day, somebody said she went off on one of her people in her chat and said that people with autistic children and children with ADD or whatever it was she said, don't quote me, but they said something that she said that they must have done drugs while they were pregnant with their kids, because people don't just have those things for no reason. I said, are you fucking kidding me? Oh, yeah. His sentencing is today? Or court's wrapping up today. I think it's over today. Well, I saw something earlier. Oh, no, I'll look. Court should be ending today, I think, with them. Sarah, Bullhorn Betty said that shit. She's ignorant. The same one that said Sebastian was defective. I completely despise that woman. I don't know what her problem is, but I'm telling you, she deserves to rot in jail for like 6 months. Wicked West, me either. In the stores. Yeah, Pat Gaines. If my younger two sit in a buggy, because I don't like having to watch and make sure they don't run off. And then the big girls are right there with me. Crystal, you know how ridiculous she is. I kept looking for it on clip channels and nobody clipped it. I was like, what the heck? You have it up waiting. Yeah, they need to just kick her ass off of YouTube, if you ask me. Maybe she can get a job behind Chili's and leave everybody else alone. If you know, you know. This was more than a 5-minute break. They lied. Guilty on all counts. Good, Reggie. Crystal, they postponed it or continued it until January. If she don't end up in jail first. They should have arrested her for continuing to break the ROs. Let her sit in jail until her new court date. Yeah, I agree. Well, look what she's done just since the last court date. Got tattoos with the baby, with Sebastian's name on it. My God.
I'm sorry, I still had you muted. My apologies.
The board is, I just need to confirm there is some other conversation. Is everything? Okay, yes ma'am, we are ready.
Yeah, I agree, Pat Gaines. That's why I do a lot of my shopping now online.
Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has begun.
The
She's
recorder
the
has
biggest
begun.
dumbass I have ever seen.
Thank you. The time now is 11:41 a.m. We're resuming our hearings. Our next case will be case number 34. Case number 34, Susan Smith.
Oh, here she is.
One moment as Leith connects, and she does have supporters, and will be represented by attorney Tommy Thomas.
Supporters?
Thank
One
you.
moment as all parties connect.
Ms. Brown Hennerhan, I do have a statement that I need to read into the record, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have received this correspondence. It is addressed to the Honorable Chair Kimberly Frederick, dated November 20th, 2024. Please be advised that I will recuse myself in the parole hearing of Susan Smith, number 221487.
Oh, Wicked West, I love watching Queen Bee talk shit about her.
In 1999, where inmate Smith was housed and subsequently transferred to Leith Correctional Institution. I have determined that it is appropriate to recuse to eliminate any appearance of affecting her opportunity for parole. Respectfully, Geraldine P. Miro. Thank you, Mrs. Miro. This is accepted. If you would please exit the room. Thank you.
Same, Reggie. Well, and I only have 2 of my kids' names. I need to get the other 2, but that's it.
Mrs. Miro has recused herself of this case and has exited the room. Thank you.
Ryan, I saw them go
Thank you.
live,
We
but I don't
moved
want to
our
miss it, so I'm
fight
just
into
going to
the
leave it
lobby
on here.
briefly.
Finally.
And one moment as we admit all parties.
I'm glad I switched over, though, because I like watching all these. We'll see how rough she looks. Maybe she got the snot beat out of her in jail.
Ma'am, confirming you are Miss Susan Smith.
I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And attorney Tommy Thomas, are you able to hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Thank you. And there at the support site, confirm you are here in support of Miss Susan Smith.
They're asking, can you hear?
That must be her parents.
Yes, we can hear.
And you're here in support of Miss Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Ms. Smith. Good morning, Mr. Thomas. And good morning to the folks at Watkins. Thank you all for being here with us today. We hope everyone is doing well.
Which one of y'all just did that?
I want you to know that we have
Oh,
received
these
the packet
dogs
of
are the
information
worst.
that Mr. Thomas's office provided to us on your behalf, and we have reviewed that packet. So thank
Boo.
you for submitting that in advance of this hearing today.
Me too, Granny.
Mr.
My dog
Thomas,
just
are you
shit on
going
me.
to begin, or is your client going to begin?
God, what?
Yes, ma'am, I'll be glad to begin.
Yes, sir.
Members of the board, good morning. This is Susan Smith's parole hearing. This has probably been one of the most difficult cases that I have had to put together for a parole presentation. Just lots of different factors to consider. She's been convicted of murder, of course. She has served 30 years, and she was 23 at the time that this incident occurred. She was sentenced to life with the eligibility of parole, so that's why she is here today. I'm not really going to speak much about the crime. There are some things that I want to cover, and that's not out of disrespect. We were very concerned about that. Today is Susan's parole hearing, and so today is going to be about Susan, and I want to make sure that the things that are important not only to her but to this hearing and this board are presented, and I want to thank you in advance for your time to listen to everything. This story is really a mental health story.
Oh, geez, sorry, that was
I've
awful.
known Susan for a couple of years.
These dogs
We've
are so
been working
gross.
on this case. One of the things when I first met her was, of course, trying to kind of figure out.
Ooh, that's
some
her. Look how
rhyme or
rough she
reason
looks.
as to how these things have happened, and was able to find and have someone come to see her on a routine basis for counseling, and also to try to help her, through the daily things with Department of Corrections. As a result, that's kind of what I came to the conclusion was it is a mental health story. It's about the dangers of untreated mental health. It is about the lack of insight, the lack of diagnosis into mental health, and it's about stigmas, old stigmas. Of course, I'm 68 years old. I remember those. Hopefully, they're not as bad today. Susan was hospitalized as a young teen for a short period of time for mental health treatment. And not to disparage anybody, but her mom was telling folks that she was in the hospital because she had a strep infection. So those were things that we didn't talk about. Those were things that
Ryan, yes, we do.
were pushed under
KJ,
the
she
rug,
does
so to
deserve
speak,
to be
because they were
under a jail.
embarrassing. They showed weakness. I don't know what they showed. But
6
it
foot
showed
under.
up and culminated in Susan as a result of a day that all of this came together and produced some horrendous results. So I think it's important to Susan, if anything comes out of this hearing, it's that people understand there's nothing to be ashamed of.
Good morning, Gunnersville,
no
girl.
reason not to reach out and seek treatment. And there is certainly no stigma that should be involved in trying to better yourself and help yourself for yourself and for others, members of the family and everyone. Susan, moving on, Susan is a high school graduate. She has some college with USC Union. She has attended International Christian College, and she's worked on an associate's degree. She's still actually working on that in Christian counseling. She has no prior record.
Oh God, there goes that Christian stuff
If
again.
paroled, she
Christian
would be living
counseling.
with her brother, Scotty Vaughn. Scotty is here today and
Jesus.
very briefly wanted to address the board. The job for her, she has served 30 years, so she's been in Department of Corrections for a long time, would be through vocational rehab. The PEP program is probation and parole, would know it. And we have made arrangements for aftercare with a licensed mental health professional. You have that information in the packet that's been provided to you. Some of the programs, I took the time to look at everything, to look at the programs that she's been involved in, and I'm not going to speak about all of those because you have those in the packet. The ones that I think are important and relevant today is
Emery, not yet.
Self-Harmers Group. She has attempted to commit suicide on several different occasions within the Department of Corrections. 7 Habits, Beyond Abuse, Jumpstart, which she is a great fan of. She does not have a drug or alcohol addiction, thank goodness. She has been active on Innovo and the CipherWorks programs, Loss and Grief, healing seminars, women's empowerment, anger management, self-esteem, and domestic violence workshops. I normally, and I've presented a number of parole hearings, I first started with this thinking that it had to be different than normally what I would do as far as a presentation. And I came to the conclusion maybe this week, and it doesn't. I think it is, and I will stick with what I would normally do as far as the structure of my presentation. What I always begin with the board is contributing factors because I believe that's important. We need to know what was going on, why it was going on, for the board to be able to make a informed decision about her parole expectations and her parole eligibility, and what kind of candidate she is for parole. One of the things that has jumped out at me, and I saw this last night in the
Welcome
media,
back, Dawn.
and I know that
You'll have
Susan
another
wants
one
to
when I get off
speak, and
here.
because she feels like it's important to get the truth out there, is this is not about the love for another man. I saw it on local TV about how this was all about another man and him not wanting children. From what I have been able to determine, that is just not true. I have spoken with David Bruck, who was a defense attorney on a number of different occasions. David has been a great source of information in regards to Susan. He indicated to me that this was a theory of a motive by the state. That's where we think it developed. However, this was never proven at trial, and it was actually abandoned
Oh no, Granny!
by the state. So
She has
but it
aged a
has
lot,
stuck.
Don. She looks
And
rough.
I just wanted to, I know it's important to her to bring this to your attention. The contributing factors in this case were multiple stress points. They converged all at the same time. And we're certainly not trying to say anything about, the horrificness of this crime. It is, and she was found guilty. But we're trying to kind of maybe present to the parole board how these things developed and how it's possible that something like this could happen. One of the things that has been important in her life, and I think is a huge contributor to this crime, is the suicide
Granny,
of
just
her
have
dad
Papa yell from
at
the
age
room
6.
everything they're saying
Horrific.
back to you.
Just horrific. And she blamed herself.
Oh, Reggie, I don't know. I've never
How could
seen
he
it.
leave me? And I think it sets the stage for the beginning
Josephine,
of
I
some
figured you fell
serious
asleep.
mental health issues, some serious depression, which just kind of culminates and continues to snowball.
This is like the old man in the beginning where they told him,
And
like,
the
wrap it
lack
up.
of,
Can you shut up
recognition
now?
and treatment for this issue with her dad. I mean, it was like the old
An
stigma
issue with her
of,
dad? That's why she killed her babies?
we just tough through
That's
these
some garbage.
terrible situations, and that's how it's done.
No
It's not done
excuse.
that way. There were some attempts to get some sort of psychological help for her after a couple of suicide attempts, and never
Granny.
went anywhere.
Please don't
She
fall
was the
again.
child. The adults in the picture,
You
I think it was the Times, did not seek and try to understand the depth and the significance of this and what it was going to produce at a later date.
That's true, Reggie.
Severe depression.
I was little.
Potentially depression after the birth of her last child, which was also
Logan, stop.
undiagnosed, and that postpartum depression that existed in a severe situation. Just in culmination, I apologize for reading something to the board, but I've looked at so much material, and if I can beg the board's attention for a few minutes, I would like to say this and read this because I think it summarizes everything that I've been talking about and everything that Susan wanted to talk about what happened. She said to me, and this was not in preparation for parole, I found this buried in a bunch of documents that had been provided to me, and it is from Susan. And she says, I believe this is what happened to me on October 25th, 1994. I lost touch with reality. My thoughts were not rational nor logic. I don't think I understood that if I allowed this car to go into the lake, that I would never see my children again. The finality of it was not real to me.
This guy's making me
because
want
my
to go to
thought
sleep.
was so screwed up at the time. My mind, I thought, was doing what was best for them. I knew Jesus would take better care of them than I could. It was truly
Yeah,
a
she
moment
looks like
of
she's annoyed
insanity.
even being there.
There are no easy explanations and not much understanding. How can you make sense of something that is senseless? And I think that shows
I'm glad
the
you made it.
remorse that she's had. She's lived with this for forever since this thing. When I first met her and I would go and see her, remorse is difficult. That's something with the parole hearings that I've presented for years is to how do you demonstrate remorse? People do it in different manners. And I always look for that. I always ask my clients, you know, and look for the remorse. I could see the pain on her face. It was so difficult. Talking about things were extremely difficult. And not because she didn't want to talk about them, it's just because it was so hard to talk about them. So I think that she is truly remorseful for what happened. And I think she would do anything in the world to bring these children back. But moving on to the next consideration in this presentation is really changes. What changes has she
Excuse
made
the
in
fact that
herself?
he's not
in
got a
prison?
shirt
One
on,
of the
but
things I think is important is that she has no prior history.
look at.
Nothing that would lead
Oh, you're
us
not
to
gonna be able to see it.
believe
I'll send it to
that
y'all in Discord
someone
or
would be
Facebook
capable of a crime of this
if you're
nature,
there.
which I think is also indicative of what their risk is if the board was inclined to allow her to participate on parole. I don't think that was as a risk, and I think that's what our counselor, who had seen her on a regular basis for a number of years, also indicated that it was very low risk. She's been IRC chairman within the institution. That means something. You're voted on by your peers, and it is an honor to be in that position. She has been a math tutor in education. She's helped numerous inmates obtain their GED. She's been in the Character Arts program, prison fellowship, which is, I think, is extremely important to her. She's much stronger in her faith than she has ever been, and
Aren't they all?
that is a comfort for her. It's something that that she enjoys. It's something that is extremely important. Jumpstart, good program. She's been in that program.
Oh dear God.
She would actually like to go to Jumpstart if the board would consider her for parole. He has been out of the program for a couple of years, and that would be, she'd have to do some other things for that to happen. So that's why we have chosen that she would go and live with her brother. Good, solid individual in the community, willing to help her in any manner. And one thing I've noticed from the family and friends is that we mourn with her the pain of this crime, but we still love her and we're there for her. So she has that for her, and which is a great resource if the board was going to consider her for parole. One of the other things I've noticed is giving back to the community, arts and crafts. She's made arts and crafts that she's donated to charity. She's helped St. Jude's. She's helped staff members. She said that an insight into what's going on with her, stand on her own 2 feet, not to be influenced by others, live a better life, think before acting. And, you know, other people are affected by your decisions and your actions, and the importance of mental health. I think that comes back into what we're talking about. It's not an excuse, but it is certainly
This is boring.
indication or maybe
This guy's gonna put everybody to sleep.
What was going on.
They won't be able to deny or approve
The
them. They'll be
goals, and
asleep.
this is my final area for my presentation, is that
Somebody tell him to shut up.
I don't think she'll ever be able to forgive herself. That is something that she struggles with forever. I don't think that creates a danger to anyone, except potentially maybe a danger to her. Her medications, her mental health medications have been balanced well by the Department of Corrections. I think she thinks as clear now as she ever has. I think that she is able to establish goals and what she would like to do in her life. And I think on the top of that list is to give back.
You're right,
and
Nicole.
to try to help others.
That's what I was waiting
She
on.
said that no one should suffer in the way that in their treatment. There is help available, and she wants to help to get out and maybe help to promote
Heck, Andrew would think he was trying to like
that
sell this
concept
truck to a
that
jury
there's
again.
help
Or
out
like,
there.
I don't understand.
You just have to seek it. And she said she'd like to live a quiet life. She would welcome supervision if granted parole, and maybe that is the best thing about this situation. From that type of situation is that if she's granted parole, it is for life, and she will be supervised, and she will be monitored by the Department of Probation and Parole Services for the rest of her life. She said that she would welcome that, because that is another
Look at Josephine, he must be getting paid by the minute.
that is available for her that she can reach out to. And she said that that would be a vital and instrumental part of her life. She loves animals. She said that would like to find a job helping with dogs and cats.
Right, Darcilla, the baby suffer. They don't get to parole.
If you could choose
the option
and
of
you could
parole.
make these wishes come true, what would you like to do? You know, what is the job that you truly would enjoy? Often that's different than the job that we have. And I think that job for Susan is the care for
Let's leave
animals,
it alone, okay?
being involved in that area of help.
Yeah, I want to hear the remorse from her,
closing,
not from her lawyer that's paid to do this.
I think that she has indicated to me that her desire is to make her life mean something.
I think she should walk at the bottom of the same lake she drowned her babies in.
To make a positive impact in her life. I talked to somebody, I've spoken to a number of people, and I've spoken to one person that told me, they were at the trial, and they said that their impression of Susan was that she was living to die. I didn't really understand that. I think the more that I have been talking to her and preparing this case, that maybe I do. I think that has been Susan's life, is living to die for the things that she has done.
Get the cement boots.
I think that what she's asking today is to ask the board to consider a parole for her. So
Right,
maybe she
sir.
can make
You're cutting into
something
my nap
positive,
time. Shut up.
out of a horrific situation. I want to thank you for your time. I know I've taken a lot of time today.
Thank God.
I would just ask if you would please consider her for release.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, and we appreciate all
Yes,
of your
ma'am.
comments.
Thank you.
And again, thank you for the very detailed packet that you presented. Ms. Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
what would you like to tell us today?
Don't. Go put that back. Go put it back.
First of all, I want to say how
Stop.
very sorry I am.
It's okay, Susan. Just talk with us.
I know that what I did was horrible. And I would give anything if I could go back and change it. And I love Michael and Alice with all my heart.
That's a lie. Next. Denied.
Ms. Smith, were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol the night that you murdered your children?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Well, that's even
Your
worse.
attorney
Stupid.
talked about working with mental health. Is that helpful to you?
Yeah, there's no tears. Did she do this 30 years ago too?
Mr.
Dang.
Thomas,
Come on, buddy.
Mr. Thomas talked about the fact that you were working with mental health, and my question is that helpful to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that you would be willing to continue with on the outside if you were granted parole?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Smith, your crime took a lot of resources from the law enforcement community.
Nicole, if it's something
What,
like
if anything,
this,
would you say to the folks who worked
I'd been
so
brought
hard
back
to find your children
out
if you
back.
had the
That's
opportunity
it.
to speak to them today?
Y'all wouldn't see me up here crying 30 years from now. They'd take me out back.
That I'm sorry that I put them through that. I really, really am. And I'm especially sorry to the drivers that I had to find them.
Wouldn't you blame the man for
I wish I could
kidnapping
take
the
that back.
boys?
I really do.
She did this?
I didn't lie to get away with it. I really didn't. I was just scared. I didn't know how I
Most
could
of them
tell
don't,
the
Dawn.
people that loved them that they would never see them
They
again.
cry for themselves, not for the
I didn't know how I
baby.
could tell David he couldn't see his son again. And I'm sorry. I don't know. I know that's not enough. I know it's
Oh,
not.
she did.
But I don't know.
Say it was a black man
I know that's just sound like
kidnapped
words, but they
the
come
boys,
from my
didn't she?
heart. They really do.
Right. One of the things that we
No more.
review is your
Put it right here on
institutional
the desk.
record, and you've had some infractions throughout the years, some involving the use of some narcotics. Do you have any issues with drugs or alcohol at this point?
I don't. No, ma'am, I don't.
And you had a recent disciplinary infraction just a few months ago. So why should this board think that if we grant you parole that you're going to go out and follow the rules and the laws of
Wait, what
society
happened a few months
if
ago?
you
She
do
got in
not
trouble?
follow the rules within the institution?
Wow. Stupid.
Well, this last infraction, I was trusted the wrong person. This lady contacted me, and I trusted her. I thought she was going to do
I don't know.
a documentary on mental health, and I really am not guilty of what they charged me with, and I have filed an appeal on that charge.
What?
As far as your question, I've never been in trouble before, and the things that I have been found guilty of in here have been just stupidity. I know I made a lot of mistakes in here, and I have learned from them. And before this last infraction had been 10
They all
years.
say that.
Because I grew
And then it's
up,
repeat
and I knew
behavior
that I
over and
needed
over
to
again.
Stop making dumb decisions, and I did. I knew it was time to grow up and do the right thing. I just made a lot of dumb choices and mistakes in here. So I know I've learned from those mistakes.
What do you feel is the most
And I'm not
important
gonna
thing
do
that
that.
you've learned while you've been incarcerated?
No more.
Ma'am?
What do you think is the most important thing that you have learned while you have been incarcerated?
One more, buddy. That's it.
That people are important, that forgiveness and love, that family is important,
Fake
and
tears
that
denied.
decisions we make not just affect us, they affect the people that we love, and not to take things or people for granted.
All right. Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today that wasn't in your packet or that has not already been said?
I would just like to say that I am a Christian, and God is a big part of my life, and I know He has forgiven me, and it is by His grace and mercy that
And I have a lot of faith, and I live by that every day. And I just ask that you show that same kind of mercy as well.
Does a jail-made Christian even really count for anything?
I
Oh my
guess,
God, my
yeah,
dog's
that's
even
it.
bored.
Thank you. Are there any other questions
Okay, thank
from
you.
the board? Folks at Watkins, I need each of you to please state your name for the record and your relationship to Ms. Smith. Ma'am, can we begin with you, please?
Ma'am, state your name and your relationship. What? Ma'am, state your name and the relationship.
I did not, is it I?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Ann Curry, and I'm a long-term friend and supporter of Susan.
Thank you, Ms. Curry. And sir, your name, please?
And
State your name, sir, and your relationship. State your name and your relationship.
okay, I'm the Reverend Tom Curry. I've known Susan briefly when she was a teenager, when I was called in for one session each, counseling about two different matters, once by her teacher and once by Susan. And I testified at her trial, in the sentencing phase.
Angel,
And
I can only
have
imagine, like,
my
if I was
writing
watching this as it happened, I probably would have cried too.
Thank you.
Brandy, you're better than me because I can't give her grace. Hell no.
I did this because
She didn't give those
I
babies
felt
any
that she
grace.
needed somebody to remind her that her whole life was not caught up in that one experience, but that she could put her life back together, because her life was in such turmoil when all this happened. And I think she's a different person.
Oh, the
now.
lady, that's her name.
And
Never mind.
that's what I want to talk about when I get a chance to say a word about it. I have new hearing aids, and I can't always hear your questions, but my mind's fine, and I'm just a retired Presbyterian minister alone.
Well, thank you, Mr.
I don't think
Curry.
those
We
are
appreciate that,
different.
and you're welcome. You're welcome to make your statement that you would like to make right now.
All right. Okay, I want to start with her trial.
Mr. Curry, let me
because
interrupt
at
you
that
before you
point-
get too far into that. We are not here to retry her case in any form or fashion. That is not the purpose of the parole board. We are here to determine if she is a good candidate for parole, and if so, we would set the parameters of that parole. But in no way can we discuss the trial or retry her case. She was convicted of 2 counts of murder. If you'd like to speak to anything outside of that, you're welcome to.
Okay, Nina. I just want to say 2 things about the trial. I only went to the trial for one part of one morning to testify in the sentencing phase against the death penalty. And the 2 things that I picked up from the trial itself was, one, a prison guard who came, a female, who said that she had not seen a criminal as remorseful as Susan was, and that she felt her remorse for what she had done was genuine. And the second thing was one of the jurors. The prosecuting attorney was pushing hard for the death penalty, and the jury voted not. And they voted no, as y'all have already mentioned. But one of the jurors said that she felt like that it would be harder for Susan to
blame it on
live
his
with what she had
hearing
done.
aid. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say that.
And I thought that was a true statement. And it certainly has been for Susan during her 30 years in prison, and especially the first part of her time that she was there. It's been easy. She attempted suicide several times, and she had a couple of run-ins where guards were able to use her for their pleasure, and
that's a bad situation and was dealt with, and she was not the only prisoner involved.
All right, thank you, Mr. Curry. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. Mrs. Curry, do you wish to say anything?
Yeah, they are, Granny.
Yes, please, and thank you for letting us speak.
Is he frozen?
I just want to say that I really think Susan is ready for parole.
He glitched, I think.
She has surrounded herself with a caring support community that advises and encourages her, and she listens to them. As Mr. Thomas said, she has done everything she can to prepare herself to live outside of prison and taking courses and learning how to teach and caring about other people and working on teams and projects together. And thirdly, as both of them have said, she is not the young woman who went into prison 30 years ago. She is much stronger.
You're right. She's just an older woman now. Nothing has changed. It doesn't take away the fact that she murdered her baby.
Learned from it, and she has experienced paralyzing remorse and survived.
Not even a quick death. That was torture. They were buckled in their seats. She let them drown. What the
I want to say one more word. For the last 2 years, I wrote her for
these people make me
30
mad.
years, once a week, pretty close to every week. And that is, the last 2 years, I've ended my letters by saying, Susan, you live in a needy place. Share God's love with those around you and with your other contacts, but always live in hope for your own future. There is a time when you will live on your own again past prison, and that's what I hope y'all will give her the chance to do at this time. She is a very different person from what she was 30 years ago.
I hope so too, Dorothy.
In contact with her, talking about
somebody else
spiritual things, but also just trying to enlarge her life by telling her about what's going on in the world around her and in the Curry family.
Oh yeah, Wicked Witch.
She's
There'll
the
be
same
another
age as one of my children.
All right, thank you,
Gypsy
Mr.
Road.
Curry. We appreciate all of your comments, sir. We appreciate all of your comments and all of the information. Mr. Thomas, anything in closing, sir?
No, ma'am. Nothing further than I really
She'll be a Gypsy Road.
would ask the board to
Bank
take the
off
time
of
to consider
the murder that
Susan's
she
request
did.
for parole. I do believe that if we look at insight into things that we've done and as far as things that we need to do to get out of the Department of Corrections and to try to make our life worthwhile and mean something. I think Susan is at that point, and I just again want to thank you for listening today, and hope you would consider our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you, Ms. Smith, and thank you,
Yes,
Mr. and
ma'am.
Mrs. Curry. We certainly appreciate all of you joining us today. If you all will please exit the rooms, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you for
Oh, thank
joining us.
God.
Thank you.
One moment as the room clears.
Reggie, that's what I don't understand. They fight for all these people that
And the
unalive
room
their
is clear,
kids,
and we do
but
have additional
can't
testimony
fight for the
facilitated
kids.
by the Office of Victim Services.
Oh,
This way
victim
is all
services,
victims
well,
join
that's
from
not
central
good.
office.
Blue. Start, buddy.
Good afternoon.
Oh my God. Oh my
Good
God,
afternoon.
Angel. That's
Thank you.
disgusting. My God, I didn't know it was that bad.
Can you move just a little further around so we can get everyone in? Thank you so much.
Good Lord.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You all are here for the parole consideration case of Susan Smith, is that correct?
Yes.
We are so very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought you all to be a part of this hearing today. But we cannot tell you how much we appreciate you joining us and being here with us today. Thank you so much. Before we begin, I do need each of you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this
Is the dad
case.
in
So
here?
can we
Can y'all
begin with you, please?
tell me if the dad's in
You
there?
don't have to stand up. You do whatever's comfortable for you.
David Smith. I'm the father of Michael and Alex.
Oh, shoot.
I'm Tiffany Smith. I am David Smith's wife.
I'm Rebecca Smith French. I'm the aunt of Michael and Alex.
They got the whole family
I'm
there.
David's daughter, Michael and Alex's sister.
Austin.
Oh, wow.
I'm a friend of the victim family.
I'm Tommy Pope. I was the solicitor in the original trial.
I'm Kevin Brackett.
I would
I'm the
say so,
16th
Don.
Circuit solicitor currently and was a prosecutor on the original.
Well, I didn't know they had a sister. Oh my god.
Laura Hudson was the crime victims
I
counsel.
wonder how I bet she lives with like
Mark
survivor's
Reynolds,
guilt for
with
the
the
rest of
victim's
her
family.
life. That's terrible.
Billy Bailey, personal friend.
Kathy Bailey, personal friend.
Jeff Bailey, Sheriff,
I like
Union
Steve
County.
Logan wrestling
Scott
with his
Cooper,
rapper
Sheriff's
of
Office,
his
Union
food
County.
over here.
Michael Cogdill, documentarian.
Rita Swan, aunt to Michael and Alex.
Doug Smith, Dave's uncle.
Thank you all, and again, we are so very, very sorry for the circumstances, but thank you for being here with us today.
Why didn't
We do have the facts of the offense,
Y'all
and
seen
we've
it?
heard from Ms. Smith. Now we want to hear from you all, whether you were for or against parole, and if anyone would like to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so. Mr. Smith, would you like to begin, or would you like to conclude at the end? It's completely up to you.
Conclude at the end, please.
Okay. Who would like to speak first?
I'll speak first, please, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So I'm Tommy Pope. I was the 16th Circuit solicitor, and this was a death penalty case. And the reason it was a death penalty case, you know, the solicitor has that discretion, but the reason it was a death penalty case, you know the facts and circumstances, and I just felt strongly that had the black man with the toboggan committed the crime, people would expect a death penalty. If David Smith had committed the crime, people would expected the death penalty. And I thought it was very important that the betrayal that Susan Smith showed, that she be treated
okay,
the same.
Wicked West,
We knew
that
it was going
makes
to be
sense.
difficult. We knew there
Thank
was a
you for
likelihood of not
clarifying that.
achieving the death
I don't know a
penalty.
whole lot about this
But I
case.
think
I
it's
do
important
know
to note the
the
jury at the
basics. That
time
was about
actually
it.
asked, what did life mean? And you may be aware, but in that time, life did not mean life. Life became life in 96. We tried the case in 95. So the jury was asked, and the judge was
they didn't have it.
required to instruct the jury that you take life and death in its plain and usual meaning. Carrying that forward, the jury showed her mercy. The jury gave her a life sentence. But one of the jurors, or more of the jurors, after the fact, and speaking to the media, said that they believed the life sentence was the greater punishment because they believed that Susan should have to reflect on what she did to Michael and Alex, that she should have to spend the rest of her life thinking about what she'd done. The two fallacies in that logic that the jury could not have known are, number one, obviously we're here today, so life did not mean life. Number two, and you have it before you, Susan's conduct from the day she rolled the kids in the lake. The defense claimed a botched suicide, but she was able to save herself. She was able to blame a black guy. She wasn't wet. She wasn't injured when she runs to the house and concocts this story. Susan has always focused on Susan. I will believe to the end of my time that Susan made a horrible, horrible choice to choose a man over her family. I said the boys were in the car, her wedding gown was in the car, her wedding album was in the car. She thought in a nice package she could roll that away. If she could have put David in the car, he would have been there too. In a nice package, she could roll that away and start this new life with this other man. And she led everyone on, including David, for 9 horrible days. And so, as you look at her conduct in prison, whether it was a relationship with guards,
I didn't know all her wedding stuff
social
was in
media,
there too.
the
What in the heck?
attention, The conduct recently with the publisher, Susan, she's got people outside, I'm sure you've heard from them, that want to take care of her. Susan has always focused on what's best for Susan. And so the evidence that you have before you, I think, tells clearly that she has not focused on Michael and Alex. She only has and continues to focus on herself. And so on behalf of this family, on behalf of justice and the justice for this case, it's not about her behavior or what she would do when getting out, but I know one of your criteria is the nature of the crime and whether the punishment is there. And I would submit for the crime she committed, the action she committed, that punishment has not been achieved
West,
yet.
that had
And
to
so
have
I
been
would
rough.
ask you to
I
deny
guess you
parole.
live close to
Thank
where
you
it
for your
happened
time.
then.
Thank you, Solicitor Payton. Appreciate it. Would anyone else like to speak?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Madam Chairman, Chair Lady, and members of the board, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity
Chair
to speak
Lady.
here today. I was on the prosecution team that handled the prosecution along with Solicitor Pope and Speaker Pope now, who you just heard from. I wanted to bring to you
Right, Dawn.
a couple of vignettes from the case to help bring this alive for you. In the course of preparing for today, I've gone back over the case. I've reviewed the file. I've pulled some of the evidence out, which is in a closet just off my office. Evidence like the note that was written to Susan Smith by her boyfriend, the man she was cheating on her husband with, who told her in the note that he could not be with her anymore because he didn't want children, and that they had no long-term future because he didn't want children. And then 1 week later, she's rolling her car down the ramp at John D. Long Lake with her 2 children strapped into the back. She betrayed her husband when she cheated on him, and she betrayed her children against the laws of nature when she should have been sworn to protect those children. She betrayed them when she left them in the seat and rolled that car down, and she was not trying to commit suicide. She was trying to change her life. She wanted to kill her old life and start anew. She was wearing a sweatshirt that the man who she was cheating with had given to her when she was on TV 2 hours later after claiming that a black man in a toboggan had carjacked her and spirited her 2 children away. How many black men in red Mazdas got pulled over across the country because they were looking for those 2 kids and they were looking for this fictitious man that didn't exist, purely a figment of her imagination.
Exactly, and you can't
I
flush
was on
real
the
life
banks
until
of
it's
John D.
turning
Long
into
Lake,
it.
standing there with about 40 or 45 people, 50 people, as the tow truck from Greer's Wrecker launched its line into the water where divers hooked it up to the car and pulled it out. Total silence as that car emerged from the dark water. Everybody sitting there hoping and praying that maybe it was a different car. Maybe it was a wrong car. Maybe the kids weren't in there. Not a word was said. It was one of the most haunting memories of my life, and it will live with me forever. And that's the last point I want to make. You're going to hear from this man, and he's going to tell you what this did to him. I can't begin to describe it. I sat in court and listened to him testify, and it was heart-wrenching as he described that his hopes and dreams for the future were destroyed that night when she killed their 2 children. This didn't just traumatize him. It traumatized Union. It traumatized South Carolina. The entire country was in the grips of her lie and her treachery. The entire country. This was a global sensation. People were fixated on this. They're not the only victims. And on behalf of the community that I represent now, I don't believe she should ever be released from jail until the last person alive who remembers Michael and Alex is dead. And that will not be in her lifetime. She should never be released, and she should not really be released now. His hopes and dreams were dashed. I hope you dash hers today and every 2 years hereafter.
Oh, I couldn't have said it better. You go, sir.
Does anyone else wish to speak? You're welcome to stay seated if you're more comfortable, whatever's best for you.
Thank you.
what I wrote. Okay, it's easy, if you don't mind. When Susan murdered Michael and Alex, she altered the course of my life and my family's life forever. Having grown up with 3 older brothers, Susan was like the sister I never had. I was a teenage mom of just 16, so I looked up to her and even admired her. I thought she was the best mother to the boys, and I strived to be just like her. I would even leave my own daughter with her while I attended night school. Susan betrayed us and took the lives of those boys and then lied about it. For days, when she did this, she destroyed a trust in me that I've never regained. And as a result, I do not develop close relationships with others easily, in particular females. Anxiety and depression have plagued my life for years. I push it away during spring and summer as best possible, but it always creeps back up around Alex's birthday when it rolls around in August, because I know Michael's won't be far behind in October, and then the anniversary of their death on the 25th. Because in my mind, I always refer to this period of time as the sad months. Throughout my career, the majority of any time missed at work is around Michael and Alex's birthdays and the anniversary of their death. I stay in bed and sleep to deal with the depression. It's just easier this way, or at least it seems to be. Something as simple as taking up a new hobby turned into a nightmare for me last year. My boyfriend and I decided to take scuba diving lessons. I geared up with all the equipment, face mask on, oxygen tank on my back, stepped off the side of the pool into 15 feet of water and immediately sank to the bottom from all the weight I was carrying. Normally you'd remember to breathe and begin to ascend as I had studied for all the weeks leading up to that point, but nothing prepared me for dropping into a body of water and the feeling of being weighted down, unable to breathe, and seeing Michael and Alex's face. I immediately panicked, ripping off my face mask, sucking in water, and not being able to come to the surface from all the weight I was carrying. I was drowning, and I knew in that moment that was the closest I'd ever come to knowing what my nephews had endured and how horrific and scared their last moments had to have been. Something as simple as taking up a new hobby was yet one more thing Susan was taken from me. In over 25 years, I have found myself finding comfort going to the cemetery where the boys are buried, beside our older brother. I go there often and I will tidy up their graves, where people have left trinkets or gifts, and I talk to them. I go there when I'm happy, I go there when I'm upset. Rainy days, sunny days, cold days and hot days, it doesn't matter. It brings me peace just being there. But as a result, I'm not able to bring myself to move away from Union County, because now I don't want to leave them. We have missed Michael and Alex's kindergarten graduations, numerous birthdays, birthday parties, summer vacations, Easters, along with annual Easter egg hunts at Meemaw's, Thanksgivings, Christmases, football, soccer, baseball games, proms, high school graduations, possible marriages, and births of their own children. We don't know, because they never had a chance. They never had a chance to live a life of their own. Susan took that from them. She took that from us all. And now she wants a chance to be free after only serving 30 years. No. Life should mean life. I'm respectfully asking you to please deny her request for parole. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I apologize if I get a little bit emotional. I drove down from Detroit on Monday night, which was Halloween before of that week, and
the fact that this hits them this hard 30 years later,
but the boys never got to
the impact that this loss made on them.
As Becky said, they missed a lot. They missed their life. Today they would be in their 30s. David would probably be a granddad. The boys were still here. I took my sister out to the lake yesterday, and it's a beautiful drive out there. And I was just thinking, all that time she had time to change her mind, to stop and turn around and not go through with it, but she did. And then the boys were gone. A year later, I came back down for the trial. Tommy Polk did a good job. They proved that she was guilty. During the sentencing trial, they came back and recommended life. Tommy had argued for the death penalty. The family was for death penalty. They come back and recommended life. But we said, well, we'll live with it. You know, she'll have to live with it every day for the rest of her life. So we were satisfied with life, but we do not want a parole.
Reggie, I agree.
Against any parole for her. Then two other items going back 30 years. The Friday morning after apologize. But the Friday morning after, David, his dad, my brother's wife, and I, the four of us, were sitting at Holcomb Funeral Home in Union and discussing the funeral arrangements. David asked to see the boys, and Mr. Holcomb had a funny look on his face, and he said, "Mr. Smith, could I see you?" So we went out, and he said, "You know, your nephew can't see the boys." And he told me why. He said, "You know, the boys were in the water for 9 days." So I went back and told David, I said, "You know, it's better that you don't see the boys." And I think deep down he understood why.
This is hard,
The
but
next day, Saturday,
even 30
three of
years.
us, David, his
Oh,
dad, and
yeah.
I went out to the Bougainville United Methodist Church Cemetery and to look where the boys are going to be buried. And David's brother, Danny, who had died 3 years earlier, was buried there. David wanted his boys buried next to his brother, their uncle. But the way the cemetery is laid out, there was no room for the boys to be put next to Danny. So I found the cemetery custodian and asked him if it were possible to move Danny. And he said, "Well, yes, if that's what the family wants, we can move Danny." So I went back and told my brother. I said, "You know, David wants the boys to be next to their uncle. Would you have a problem if we moved Danny?" And he said no. So if you go out to the cemetery, you'll find that Danny and the boys are side by side.
Does anyone else wish to speak?
Yes, I'll go, please.
Yes, ma'am.
So as David's wife, I have stood by him for the last 30 years and watched his pain, his suffering, his dark days that you cannot imagine. It's been hard as a loving wife to stand back and watch him suffer the pain that he has gone through. To not want to get out of bed some days. To not be able to get out of bed. Because the pain was so much for him. And for 30 years, we have thought this day would never come. But yet here we are. I don't feel that it's time for her to be let out because she took 2 lives. She didn't just take 1. She took 2 precious little boys that we haven't been able to watch grow up. And as Becky stated earlier, all the things that we've missed out on because of them not being here, all the things they missed out on growing up and doing. And for her to be in prison for the last 30 years, you would think that she would have thought about what she's done. She would have said, I'm sorry. But she hasn't said, I'm sorry. She hasn't even called him. She hasn't even told him she was sorry. Much less the world. For 9 days, all I can think about is how much she lied and manipulated everybody. The whole world. I watched it and believed her myself. I wanted her to be telling the truth. But to be betrayed by her lies.
Sorry, y'all. My dog.
And that just makes me feel like if she could do that then, whatever she's told you today, I'm sure were probably lies as well. Because she has shown in her last 30 years what she does in prison. She's all about herself. It's all about what she can do to make her life better. And Michael and Alice didn't get a chance at life. They were forced the death penalty. She took that from them. The lives of this family has been forever changed. It caused us to be a little overprotective of our now daughter. A little bit more than we probably should have been. Because we were afraid something might happen to her. It's changed the way we look at life. It's changed the way that we look at everybody. Who can I trust? For a long time, I didn't trust a lot of people. I had to be careful, around certain people. I didn't know if I could trust them or not. All because of her lies.
Was this lady married to him when this happened, or she met him afterwards?
So to help give this family some peace, it would be best if Susan stayed behind bars and stay in prison for the rest of her life. I respectfully ask you to keep her in. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak for Mr. Smith? Sheriff, anyone? Yes, ma'am.
Forgive me.
Not when it
Most of
happened.
what I have to say is going to be pretty redundant. But primarily I would just like to focus on, since I came after the fact, what I had stolen from me was 2 older brothers. The good and the bad of having older siblings. And
they were still okay.
I now try to use my life as a way to live for them. And growing up, I didn't quite understand it my whole life, but when I finally did, I felt like I had witnessed it, like I was there. The pain that not only was caused to me in like a domino effect, but what I have seen firsthand with my father, my aunt, and our whole hometown.
We can no longer say that we're from Union County without Susan's actions being brought up. And just for the sake of all of us and our whole community, I ask that you deny her request.
Mr. Smith, you're welcome to stay seated if you want to.
Well, here we go.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee. It's been a tough 30 years. I'm not here to speak about what she's done in prison. You all have the records and accounts of all that. I'm just here to advocate on Michael and Alex's behalf and as their father. You know, God gives us free choice. And she made free choice that night to end her life. This wasn't a tragic mistake. It wasn't something that she didn't mean to do. She purposely meant to end her life. I never have felt any remorse from her for it. She's never expressed any to me. I've never seen it on paper. No, you've heard, she changed my life for the rest of my life that night. Some for the better, some for the worse, but what she did, not only to Michael and Alex, she came pretty close to causing me to end my life because of the grief that she brought upon me. But thankfully she didn't. I understand back in 95 that through the state's law, life in prison meant 30 years to life. And now that's different, but at that time that's what counts. I understand that. But ultimately to me, that's only 15 years per child. Her own children. It's just not enough. So I'm asking that you please deny her parole today. And hopefully in the future, but specifically today. Not let her out. I miss them very much. And I love them very much. And I will be here every 2 years going forward to ensure that your death doesn't go in vain. Thank you.
Oh, this poor daddy.
Mr. Smith. Again, please know how very, very sorry this board is to all of you for all the pain that this crime caused you. But we sincerely appreciate you all being here with us today. Thank you very much. And thank you for the reminder with the picture of Alex and Michael. They were beautiful children. So thank you for reminding us of that today. We wish you the very best. And if no one else has anything else that they would like to say, if you all will exit with these ladies over here, we'll have an answer for you shortly. Thank you so much for being here.
Well, they showed up and showed out, didn't they? Gosh.
As a reminder, Mrs. Mira did recuse herself. Ms. Susan Smith is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1 and 6. Thank you.
And go on. Wait,
Thank
son.
you. The time now is 12:51 p.m. We will pause our recording. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has been paused.
Thank God.
The recording has
Don't
been
touch, buddy.
paused.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This is Valerie Suber, Associate Deputy Director for Paroles, Pardons, and Relief Services. If everyone would just give me a moment to give some instructions. As the room clears from the board, I would like for media to pay attention. You are given the next 15 minutes for bathroom break. Please use the restroom. Prepare yourselves for the press conference. We will allow you into the building beginning 15 minutes from now. Once we check you in, we'll start the press conference once everybody is inside. If there are any questions, please address them to the staff and we'll get you an answer as quickly as possible. Again, there is 15 minutes between the time we're ending this and beginning entrance back into the building. Anybody who is in the building who needs to leave and get their cameras or phones are allowed to do so during that 15-minute period and then check back in at the front door. Thank you all so much, and the board will be at recess for lunch.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what the press conference is for. Do y'all stop, son? Do y'all want to hang out and see what the press conference is for, or are we good? Because I don't know. I guess we can wait. Logan can hang out for 15 more minutes. He's over the live today. Logan is done for the day. We'll watch it and then I'm gonna get off of here so I can go play with the baby. Yes. She's denied, thank God. Hopefully she'll continue to be forever. Well, she looks rough, doesn't she? Compared to what she did. Oh, I thought it would let me move. Wicked West, I know that was crazy to me too. Whatever that is, that what that meant? Was paroled? No, that's crazy. Thank God. That was worth the wait. We can hang out until the press conference. That's okay. He's occupied for the time being. Snow, Jamie. Oh my God. Oh, maybe that's what it said. Maybe that's what that means. I don't know. Didn't vote. Why would she not vote? Just hit deny. It's that easy. Denied. Tomorrow, I gotta figure out who's streaming it. I'm assuming Court TV again. The Leilani sentencing. We'll do that, and then that'll probably be it tomorrow. I don't know. Depends on how long it is. And then we'll go from there. No decision. I hate snow too. Heck no. That's why I live in the South. It doesn't snow here. Logan, no more. No more, buddy. The last one. No, you've had 3 of those already, son. You don't need any more. I'll make you some lunch when we're done. No, you're not eating any more of these. Fat boy. No, get down. You don't have your shirt on. Okay, Pat Gaines. Mine are over here. Well, the big one finally gave up and went to sleep. Moose has been asleep. Blue, however, he's too nosy. He's got to watch. So he's been staring at me the whole time I've been sitting here. Oh, love you, Granny. Oh, son, you have to leave someone, buddy. Jamie, I don't either. Because if it meant snow like that, no, I'm good. If you don't stay put up, you're going to get down. It means conflict of interest, Wicked. Get your feet. Son, come on now. You want to say hi to everybody?
Yeah. Hey.
Say hello.
Hello.
Tell them how old you are. How old are you, buddy?
2,
3.
3.
You're 3. Good job. What's your name? Can you tell them what your name is?
Yeah.
What?
It's 2.
No, you're 3.
It's 2.
You're 3.
It's you.
Hey, Moonlight. What's your name, buddy? Get your feet off of that. You've already broke it.
When?
That's not your name. Hey, can I kick it?
So.
Oh, Moonlight, he's feeling so much better. Can you say, hey, buddy?
Hey, buddy.
Say it again.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. Get your feet off of that drawer. I'm about to put you in the floor. Stop it. Quit. You already broke it. We gotta get Daddy to come fix it now.
I'm gonna fix it.
Butthead. You can't fix it. Say, hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
Oh, Moonlight, don't let him fool you.
Hey, buddy.
He can be real mean some days. They say, hey, Logan. Hey, buddy.
Hey, buddy. Hey, Daddy. Hey, Daddy.
Daddy. Oh, there. Oh, yeah, all saints are not too far, Jamie.
Call Daddy.
Here, get down. We'll be done soon, okay? I promise. I know I keep telling you that, but I promise we will be. We're gonna eat lunch when we're done, or take a nap? Eat lunch? What do you want for lunch?
McDonald's.
What do you want?
McDonald's.
McDonald's?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord. I don't know that we can have McDonald's. Oh, Jamie, he's trying to put his feet... Here, get down for a minute. Stop. On the little pull-out thing that the keyboard goes on, and he's broke it. So now it's just sitting here all funky.
Mama.
Funky!
Mama.
Where have you been?
Mommy.
So now I gotta get my husband to fix it when he gets home. Little turd. I moved to Texas to get away from the snow that got hit hard a couple of years ago. Oh my gosh, I remember that, Wicked, when they got hit so hard. Yes, Lanessa Boo.
David is not going to take questions. I know they've told you guys that, but he appreciates you being here today and supporting the family. Obviously, it's a positive decision today, but David wants to say a few words to you. Thank you.
Today has been 30 years coming. Wasn't sure how to feel, what to expect. I know what I was hoping. I think, Susan, in the last 30 years, through her action, has continued to proven that it's all about her. What all this has done to her, how it has affected her. I haven't seen any remorse from her. So for her to think that I would even speak on her behalf, I do not understand that. For my family, for friends, loved ones, near and far. But today, the committee made the right decision and denied her parole.
Can y'all still hear and see Joe and me?
So I'm not looking forward to it in 2 more years to go through this again, but at least I know for now she'll still be behind bars. And for 2 more years, there'll still be justice for Michael and Alex. Thank you.
We've got Kevin Brackett, who was my deputy solicitor at the time. Kevin is now the solicitor in York and Union counties. He tried the case with me. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer. Yes, sir.
Are you surprised by the result today?
Personally, now I've got to speak for me.
Okay.
David
Thank you,
and his
Lanessa
family, he
Boo.
can speak for
And
himself.
Penny.
But we were cautiously optimistic. I think, as David said, she's demonstrated that it's always been about Susan from the day she committed the crime. And so I think we're hopeful, we're happy. It's unfortunate that the law wasn't what it is now, that life meant life, because as we spent the last 3 hours together kind of reminiscing as a family, and we'll all be back 2 years from now, or as Solicitor Brackett said, as long as somebody's remembering Michael and Alex, we'll all be back here.
She mentioned living with her brother if she gets out. Do you want to see her back?
Yes, Wicked, now that she's available
From the folks I've spoken to in the Union community,
parole, they can
they
get
are
it
ready
every
to
2
quit
years.
being the place where Susan Smith killed her children. I think the family members have said it's robbed them of their community and the love of their community. Absolutely, the best thing would be if Susan was ever paroled is that she would just disappear and go be anonymous somewhere. But unfortunately, we know based on her behavior that that's not going to happen.
No, I think, as I told the parole board, she traumatized not just the family, but she traumatized that entire community and left a scar on Union that will exist as long as people remember which is going to be for a long time. So I think anybody would be excited to see her return.
Yes, sir.
After having to seek the death penalty, or after seeking the death penalty of this ending up the way it did, what will it mean to have to do this every 2 years?
It is a torture for this family. It was a reunion of sorts. I've shared with you before that I don't contact these folks because we represent a bad time in their lives. But you know, when I see them, I mean, I'll start crying now talking about it. The sad thing is that every 2 years, as David said, the clock starts ticking. Yeah, I mean, 30 years seems like it went like this, you know, but the flip side is that this is a strong family. David has put it from the beginning that it's about Michael and Alex. And as long as I can draw breath and be here to support them, and I know the family feels the same, we'll be here.
I'm not sure if you saw the
Yes, ma'am.
statement. I'm not sure if you saw the statement that Susan Smith delivered earlier today. She was tearful. She appeared remorseful. But do you think she's the same woman that she was 30 years ago?
I believe Susan is the same woman she was 30 years ago when she laughed in the courtroom when the jury wasn't in and cried as soon as the jury came in. And I got no reason to believe anything different. We weren't able to see the feed that you guys saw, so I don't know if you saw. Kevin and I were discussing all the way from the day she called David Smith and he came out to the house, and he's on television, looks like a man who just told he lost his children, and Susan's excited about being on television. So I believe her to be the same. Solicitor, you may want to weigh in.
Yes, sir, I completely agree. You look at her record in jail and ask yourself, does this appear to be a woman who's changed her behavior, changed her life? If she were released, she would capitalize on this. She would attempt to monetize her fame. She does not need to be out of jail. She needs to stay in jail. These boys had 140 to 150 years of life ahead of them. She should stay there at least that long.
Attorney, I'm the Reverend, and we want to say we appreciate y'all hard work that y'all done, because the black families and a lot of young black men were being attacked, you know, because of what she said, and you went down and got the truth. And as a minister, and for other ministers, I come to tell y'all, thank y'all for what y'all done.
Reverend,
David, we'll pray for you and your family too.
Reverend, I want to tell you I appreciate it. I've been asked over the years about the racial aspect of it.
Oh, Lord.
And I'll tell you, that community, you know, they think because we're Southern, because we sound like me, that there's going to be an issue.
Hindsight,
that
yes.
handled that
No.
issue. A reporter asked
We
an
do,
African-American
R2.
lady in Union,
I know I
what do you
am.
think about the community blaming a black man? And she said the community didn't blame a black man. Susan Smith blamed the black man. So I appreciate your words here, and I know the family does.
I told him, when the police come, put your hands up. And just say, I ain't done nothing, mister. I ain't got no gun, I ain't got no children. And the police were very respectful. They came and searched the house, they pulled the guys over that was in the red Mazda, and they checked around, they wasn't there, and they treated people fair. But we thank you, because you went down and got the truth out.
Well, I made a point of telling the parole board
right.
that those people, how many black men who happen to resemble the man she imagined driving a red Mazda in California or Colorado or Missouri, how many of those people got pulled over because of what she did? They're all victims too.
So you mentioned too, you said if it had been a black man who had been arrested and charged, he wouldn't have gotten the death penalty. If it had been James Smith, he wouldn't have gotten the death penalty. What made it different for Susan?
I think the difference for Susan Smith was a combination, and only really the jurors can answer that. I think the fact the trial was in Union, and you're going to see the same people at the grocery store every day, I think that made a difference. I think it makes us uncomfortable. It's actually a lot easier to blame the criminal or blame the father. We leave our kids at home every day with our mothers, and you know, we don't think about it, you know, and so I think it was unsettling. And they wanted to think there was some reason. It's hard for us to grasp that Susan's sole reason was selfishness and what was best for Susan.
And it's precisely that betrayal, because people expect their mothers to protect their children and lay down their very lives for them. And it's precisely that betrayal that makes this case so disturbing and such a terrible crime.
How does the community move forward after today's showing? You still got a path ahead. How do you move forward?
I think the difficulty is for these folks moving forward. I think Union, just like I'll always be the Susan Smith prosecutor, Union will always be the place where Susan Smith took Michael and Alex's life. I think where your prayers need to be, Reverend, is praying, as you said, for this family and for God's peace on them, because they're going to be dealing with it long after we go back home. Hug your kids tonight. Remember the positive things and remember how hard this family fought and what they've been through and how they stood strong for Michael and Alex. Thank you, guys. Yes.
Her attorney brought up her past as far as her dad committed suicide.
Yes.
How much do you think that played a role in the court decision today? Do you think he thought about that enough?
I think the defense presented that, all the way back in death penalty, and I think that may have helped in mitigation. She went from Susan the monster at the time of the crime to Susan the victim when we're trying it in July. But the truth is, if you peel back the facts, as horrible as that is, she made choices. It's like David said today. She chose. If it had been a botched suicide, she could have shown up at that house wet. She could have shown up at that house injured. She could have come and said, I made a horrible mistake. She didn't. It was all about what's best for Susan. And so those are sad, tragic circumstances, may have made the woman she is, but the woman she is made a horrible decision and took 2 precious lives. Ready to go? Good. Thank you for your time today. Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you, David, and y'all did a good job. Thank you. We pray for you. We pray for you. And we pray for you turning God to take you. I was saying that day you told me to be here. I said you once. I never forget that.
Wicked West, you are so welcome. I think it's safe to say they are done now. Logan is done. He's over here causing all kinds of chaos. Laying under the chair instead of in the chair. Kicking everything over. Logan is done today. So, we are gonna get off of here. I'll be back in the morning. Y'all just watch for my notification. If you're not getting notifications, I know, right, Dawn? Try to unsubscribe and then resubscribe and ring the bell or whatever, because I know a lot of people aren't getting notifications at all, and I don't understand what's going on with YouTube, but it's frustrating. But we will be on in the morning to cover Leilani's sentencing. Yes.
Tell me when you're ready.
Logan is going to take a nap because he cannot behave himself anymore. Till then, I love your faces, and I will see y'all
Okay.
tomorrow.
Okay. My name is Reverend Raymond Johnson, R-A-Y-M-O-N-D, from Mount Pisgah Baptist Church, Marion, South Carolina. Mount Pisgah, P-I-S-G-A-H. I'm associated minister at the church. And the reason I'm here today because I'm hurt.
Okay, I'm not worried about that. Sorry. If y'all want to watch it, go to, y'all could go watch it somewhere else. I don't want to get into all that stuff. But thank y'all so much. Again, Tootie, thank you for being a member for 6 months. Crystal, thank you for becoming a member. I love your faces. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Bye. Say bye, buddy.